축하합니다. 생일 축하합니다. 지구에서 우주에서 제일 사랑합니다. 꽃보다 더 곱게 별보다 더 밝게 사자보다 용감하게 Happy birthday to you. 생일 축하합니다. 생일 축하합니다.
The boom claps? Boom, clap, clap, boom, clap, clap. Alright! So I chose the oldest and first one I could find of this song in Korean. And I didn't expect it to be just a young girl singing, but it works out. I love a bilingual queen. Oh, she's still going. I guess you have to fill up the 1.5-minute runtime. I didn't know this had that many verses. Yeah, I only know the regular verses. Why are there so many? Damn. I didn't know the extended remix came out. So if you want a quick Korean lesson, 생일 means birthday, and 축하해 basically means like congratulations. So 생일 축하해 means basically congratulations on your birthday or happy birthday. Hello everyone! Hello! I know there's a level of embarrassment that comes with announcing that it's your day. And believe me, it's not going to be the whole stream. It's just this little beginning version because I like to talk about events in my life. And what is this if not an event? But yes, that was a little... I hope everyone's doing well. If you want to know about my day, I had a lovely, wonderful little dinner, treated to a nice dinner at my brother's place, and a little cake dessert. Not like a big fancy cake, but a little cake dessert. So that's been nice. It's Sang Day, dude! Sang Gold National Holiday, what's up? It's your stream, bestie, respect. I appreciate that, Shiri, but I think there is a certain... Again, there's always a part of me that's like... It's the Irish notions idea, where it's like, alright, don't get too big for your britches, Sang. At all times. At all times. So, I'd like to think it keeps me... I don't know. Maybe it keeps me sane. Maybe it drives me insane. But regardless, hello everybody, hello! Funnily enough, the icon that I have on my socials is usually the illustration I have of myself that I draw every year for my birthday to celebrate it. And I woke up and I was like, should I do it? I don't know. But then I saw that I would do it for the other years and it correlated to my icon. I was like, might as well do it. And so I went ahead and drew that one for today and it felt good. It's always the case with art for some reason. Like, motivating myself to actually get started on it is a whole ordeal. But once I actually draw it and finish it, it's like, yay, I did that. I did that. So, I'm happy that I drew a little something. Obviously, we'll be drawing more today. But, it's still the 26th year. Oh my god, I didn't change the Twitch one! I knew I was forgetting something. Thank you for reminding me, Royal. I knew I was forgetting something. Good lord, okay. Where would I edit that? Account settings? Yes. Update profile picture. And then we go to this one, which I think reflects my current hair length, which is, I was thinking about doing a little itty bitty ponytail, but I kind of like it when it's draped down on the shoulders. So there we go, that's been updated. Thank you very much. I feel like that's all my platforms, except for maybe fucking Facebook or something. But Facebook hasn't been updated in a hot minute, so that's perfectly fine. It'll stay that way. Ooh, what is happening on my phone? But I'm getting notifications because it's like my day or something. But... Oh, damn. Oh my god. Sometimes I follow artists, and I like their posts, and that... I guess they're not big enough to ignore every single like, and so they go on my profile and they just like they see my shit, and wow, that's really cool. Anyway, putting the phone away. I'm doing okay. People have been asking me, how do you feel that you're 27? Respectfully, if my roommate told me happy birthday, which is very kind of him, but Safi had a very nice response on Twitter, which is that in terms of my late 20s, I am the youngest. And that totally warped my perspective, because you know how when you're in high school, you're building up to becoming a senior, and then once you go to college, you're a freshman again? So there's that idea of like, oh, I'm like the, oh, please take care of me. Like there's that mentality that I feel like I find some comfort in that, being the itty bitty junior, and knowing that I've entered a vague group in which I could call myself the junior is a weird comfort, even though in the grand scheme of the 20s I am more so near the senior. But regardless, could you guys imagine me being in my 30s? Like, that blows my mind, because I feel like, especially when it comes to appearances, I have really not grown. I'm one of those people who just like physically there aren't many changes from being a teenager onwards, and imagining me in my 30s, it just feels like me but with maybe like slightly better clothing and maybe a more worldly perspective on things. But I don't have to think about that right now. All I just have to think about is that I'm still in my 20s. I still got a good couple years in my 20s. And speaking of time and perspective, Tomodachi Life is coming out in, 5 days? So, like, yes, happy birthday to me, whatever, it's my day. But have you all considered that on April 16th, April 17th? That's when the game comes out, and that's when I will be seated. I will be sat. And it's one of those things where I feel like when it comes to games and movies and stuff, I usually don't look forward to most things because I'm kind of invested in like little itsy bitsy things. Digital Circus is probably the closest to a modern series in which I'm like, oh, I wonder what the next drop will be in what way. But for games, I'm usually not like that because I don't buy many games. I'm excited for them usually because I want to see other people play them and they kind of glimpse what they're like from the periphery. But when it comes to this particular game, I am full 10 toes in. I will be playing the game. I will probably be streaming the game. Hold on. So here's the thing. Now that Sundays are officially like long form group playthroughs, unless I have like an interlude in my art stream where I just want to be like, hey guys, look at my Tomodachi stuff. Honestly, that'll probably be fine. Yeah. Art streams are more chill. It's more flexible. Yeah. Okay. So. Let me just get prepared. By the way, because it is my birthday week, I've been splurging a little bit. I'm not usually a big spender. But I was just... There's something about just getting snacks that I would normally never get, but there's that voice that says, come on, just this time, because of X, Y, and Z. And so I got... Hold on. Hello, we're big. I got... This was in the clearance section, by the way, so I felt a little better about buying it. A lot of my, like, you know... my internal grievances about buying snacks can be assuaged by it being cheaper. But these are Peeps that I quite like Peeps. I don't have them very often, but they are Pop-Tarts Frosted Strawberry Peeps, which, number 1, strawberry. Number 2, Pop-Tart. Number 3, they're pink. So I will be, I guess, checking these out because this is not something I would ever indulge in usually, because like there's no argument of like nutritional value or like, you know, I can't have this for breakfast. It's just truly just a sugary snack that I, look at that. Look at all the ducks in a row. I have become a mukbang streamer. Okay. I genuinely think that what this will taste like is just regular marshmallow, but like slightly more sugary. Oh, they do kind of taste like strawberry Pop-Tarts. Okay, I don't know how they did that. Respect. Like, it's a peep, but I can taste the pastry aspect of the Pop-Tart. That's crazy. Alright, I hope y'all have some yummy snacks with you as well. Because this time around, when it comes to what I'm drawing, it's kind of the same with what I've been drawing the past couple streams. It's essentially a full art. But we have one person in the main cast left. And so I have to go ahead and make that sci file. So here we go. Whoa! That's not... What the hell? Why are you looking at that? Weird. Anyway. Hello, we are not working on Adam. Sorry to disappoint y'all, but, actually, you can be here for reference, I guess. But, Ujin can be here for reference. We will be working on the elusive fourth member. So let me get some references up for him. I'm glad to hear you have a sweet treat as well. It's what you deserve. It's what you deserve. There we go. Okay, and so there is an older version of the full art. It's kind of like with all of them. There are older versions with not outdated designs, but just kind of in an older art style. And okay, it's this one. Yes, which is basically the same. Yeah, it's basically the same. Yeah. Mililani is one of those designs where once I, you know, found this particular look, it was kind of set. So we can just go ahead and... Right. So proportionally, it's kind of... Oh wow, I just realized with this vertical format, I might have to shrink him a little bit, because so much of him is just wide with the silhouette and whatnot. Okay, how about that? Yeah, how about that? Oh my god, Safi, hello! My parents got cookies from IKEA? Oh, hell yeah! You know, I've actually eaten at the IKEA cafeteria, and it's not bad. It's kind of just expensive. I don't know. I feel like when I hear cafeterias, I'm like, oh man, you know, it's just regular food. But goddamn, are they expensive. And for what is essentially still cafeteria food. I don't mean to slander IKEA, but just personally. I mean, but their stock and their store aesthetic is beautiful, I will say. Excuse me. As is tradition, oh wait, is it the birthday song that I know? Wait, is it the one? Hold on. I hope it is. Yeah! 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 I'm Michael today! maybe it's a regional thing. In Canada, IKEA is 50% off on weekdays. So a plate of meatballs is $4. Wow. Like, for any, like, dish that I went to IKEA for, it was like $9 to $10. And the portion was, like, relatively small. Again, it's a personal thing, but... This is so groovy. Oh my god, I haven't listened to this in a hot second. Actually, all of the full art is sort of looking at the viewer, so... Actually, let me double check, because I know Gabrielle's is... I know Adam's is. Ujin's is kind of looking down, actually. So, Millie's doesn't have to be looking straight. It can be kind of looking up here. Or maybe because looking down, too. God, it's almost like a song from Portal. We're gonna have to come up with another joke, fam. We're gonna have to come up with other jokes we can make outside of gay, straight equaling heterosexual, outside of the word straight. Oh my god, I forgot I made his eyes like this strobe light pattern. So pretty. My brain has been poisoned, so I'm drawing more Kamen Rider. I don't think that's a bad thing. If you want to talk about Kamen Rider, then my friend Ryan would definitely be a good advocate for it. Sometimes I dropped into his stream and he was just explaining different Kamen Rider like openings, which is so like valid as his prerogative. Also, you know what's another birthday song? Hold on. I mean, hold on. What is the song name? I only know the Eddsworld version, but I would like to see... Okay, it's by Arrogant Worms. It's called Happy Birthday. Hold on. Yes. We have the lyrics version. This is one of my favorite birthday songs. Especially because it goes hard. Once a year we celebrate with stupid hats and plastic plates. The fact that you were able to make a trip around the sun. And the whole clan gathers round and gives some... No, I don't mean that, Safi. And sing that stupid song. Happy birthday, now you're 1 year older. Happy birthday, your life still isn't over. Happy birthday, you did not accomplish much. But you didn't die this year, I guess that's good enough. Oh, hell yeah. Now let's drink to your fading health and hope you don't remind yourself the chance of finding fame and wealth decreases every year. Does it feel like you're doing laps and eating food and taking naps and hoping that someday perhaps your life will hold some cheer? Happy birthday, what have you done that matters? Happy birthday, you're starting to get fatter. Happy birthday, it's downhill from now on. Try not to remind yourself your best years are gone. Oh hell yeah, I like this video. If cryogenics were all free, then we could live like Walt Disney and live for all eternity inside a block of ice. But instead the time is set, this is the only life you get. And though it hasn't ended yet, sometimes you wish it might. Happy birthday, you wish you had more money. Happy birthday, your life so sad it's funny. Happy birthday, how much more can you take? but your friends are hungry, so just cut the stupid cake. Did someone say Grafton? That's an unfortunate name. Makes you think. Anyway, yeah, that's a really good song. You're singing that with your whole chest? Well, I must. It's my birthday. But yes, one lyric that particularly just like there are several lyrics in that song that really just stick with you, I'd say, as in the context of aging and time. I think it has to be the one that's like, try not to remind yourself your best years are all gone. That's definitely one that's like, I don't believe that to be the case, but for some reason, just the way it's sung, like, hits me a certain way. Anyway, it's okay, don't think too hard. Actually, you know what? Instead of a chill song, I want kind of a groovier song. Where can I get a nice groovy song? Oh, hell yeah, this works. I've only watched 4 Kamen Riders, but each one has affected me where I really get attached to all the characters. Oh, damn, then it's doing a good job then, Shiori. Yeah, it must be doing an excellent job, especially since each Kamen Rider is kind of its, from what I can tell, is not something where each series is intrinsically connected to each other. It's kind of just like they're all their own standalone, what if the hero was this, and what if the villain was this. So if you get attached and then the season is over, then that's just kind of it. So you're stronger than me. Oh yeah, I think the way I drew his nose is to make it resemble an M, which I think is really cool. For some reason, like, drawing smiles like this, like nice and low, are effective, but they also look like he has no lips. So I have to fix that. Can't forget his dimplers. I guess when I think about years and all that, I guess it's the same kind of mindset I think of when New Year's happens. It's it's the beginning of something new, and it's a time for reflecting and all that. And I guess when it comes to what I've done and what has changed since 2025 April, I would say I feel like I can only really measure a lot of things through what I do and what I make, which would be like, I don't know. I feel like, we've gone through like a good number of games. What game were we at last spring? It has to have been Investigations, probably, because Layton took up like since January. So we were probably deep in Investigations, which was a wonderful playthrough. Each Kamen Rider has a self-contained story, but all the times they do crossovers with the previous seasons. Oh, that's great! Aw, that's wonderful. Because I'm sure there's, you know, people with favoritism. You're like, oh, man, when are they gonna show the writer from the 4th season? Man, you know. So I'm glad that they sort of indulge in that. I'm sure it's also fun for the people involved as well. Your avatar changed. It did! Glad you noticed. Okay. The way this motherfucker hair works is always weirdly precise, despite it being kind of a wild hairstyle. So, weirdly enough, the more... Because when you look at Millie's hair, it's very like curly and all over the place, which you would assume would make it easier to draw because there's a sense of chaos to it, as opposed to hair that is like totally straight, and so, you know, if something is off, it's more noticeable. But it's actually kind of the opposite in that because there are so many curls, there are very specific sizes and areas they go. So, I mean, obviously, if one is slightly out of place, it's not the end of the world. But there's still a kind of rigidity to them. And so, yeah, it's a trip. This time last year, we finished Justice for All. Really? We finished the Phoenix Wright trilogy around this time? Wow. Wow. That's crazy, because I feel like the Phoenix Wright trilogy was the series that actually got me better at uploading things to the VOD channel. And Investigations was me focusing more on actual like presentation and editing, because I started like actually, you know, revising the thumbnails a little bit and putting in time scams and scams. I'm all over the place today. I apologize. Also, I just realized in this hairstyle, why is this hairband, the headphone hairband, like really, like it shouldn't be there. It should actually be closer to, like, out here. So, you know. Justice for All is the second game? What? We were just finishing the second game around this time? Wow. Dude. Literally. Like, I say dude, you know, naturally, but Matt Engarde, he'll be one of my favorite dudes. I don't know. Obviously, he's a character who is, in all senses of the word, unredeemable, or irredeemable is the word, because there is not a single thing redeemable about him. Like, there isn't a moment where he's like, you know, when I think about it, maybe that was a bad thing I did. Or like there isn't a moment where he's like being genuinely nice or anything. He's just kind of like an asshole all around. But that's just so fun. Love that. I remember being younger and seeing characters who are at worst genuine pieces of shit and at best just kind of rough around the edges, and me being a little kid going, well, why do they have to be mean? I don't want to watch people being mean. Like, I don't know, there's something about me when I was younger that I was just like, being mean is just causing trouble, and I would get stressed from conflicts in shows for some reason, and I still sort of do feel that now and then. Like, if I see a show where the stress conflict is, you know, gotta prepare for this event, but uh-oh, everything is going wrong. In that case, I'm gonna be like, oh, come on, this is designed to just make me anxious. But over time, I have evolved in a way where I see an antagonistic character who is a good character for the story that needs a protagonist, and I'm like, you know what, I love you. You're very good in your purpose. It's kind of how I felt about bully characters, especially. Like Total Drama, Heather is a good example of a character growing up where I was like, man, she's so mean and selfish, and she just makes things worse for other people. That's just not cool. And then, meanwhile, now, whenever I watch a season and I don't see a compelling antagonist, I'm like, man, this show ain't got nothing. It got no sauce whatsoever. What I'm trying to say is that I definitely, began enjoying characters as they're meant to be, aka characters in a story as devices. So that's I still do that now. I try to appreciate characters as, you know, what are they meant to represent? What is the author trying to say with this character? Because it's one thing if a character exists to be an asshole and there's nothing and nothing beyond that. And I think that there's an interesting discussion. There's nothing, anyway, you started Trials and Tribulations as I was away celebrating Cambodian New Year, going back to the temple this year, so maybe no Apollo Justice next week. Oh, okay, gotcha. Well, Safi, definitely let us know. Oh yeah, you did mention that last time. Oh yeah, I remember the Cambodian festival thing. Well, just let us know. If we cannot do Ace Attorney tomorrow, Safi, I think if there's no Ace Attorney tomorrow, I may just invest in Club Penguin tomorrow. And I know that it's gonna suck that you won't be there for that particular stream, but I've been meaning to have a specific slot for Club Penguin at a certain point, and if it's nothing else, it's gonna be that. Oh no, next week. Oh, do you mean like... Okay, you don't mean this coming Sunday, tomorrow. You mean next Sunday. That always confuses me. And whenever I say that in a library setting, and I'm like, you know, we have an appointment available next Sunday, and they mean like, this coming Sunday? I mean, like, and I confuse myself sometimes. I would never tell y'all that close to the day. I mean, that's fair. But also, if... You know, if it's something that you genuinely forgot and you had to tell us the day before, like, hey, I can't make it, that's absolutely fine also. Believe me. Like, if any of you have a point where you're like, I can't do this because of my own personal reasons or mental health or whatever, that's like a thing. You can absolutely do that because, believe it or not, you should prioritize your own, like, health and schedule over Bibio game on stream. Even though the Bibio games are very fun and I enjoy playing them. Is Heather rich? I thought she was a bitch for the love of the game. When it comes to Heather Total Drama, I believe she came from... She's a spoiled brat in some ways because it seems like she came from like a regular, like, rich suburban household. But I think it was partly about the money because she's definitely, like, greed is definitely a part of her personality. But also pride definitely plays a part in it. It's the idea that you've earned this money based off of your own abilities and whatnot. That played a big part in why Heather was like that. You know, speaking of, like, antagonists and writing and whatnot, anyone here familiar with an indie show called The Amazing Digital Circus? Because there's been some interesting discussions coming up in my periphery about the management of certain characters. And I've given a brief take, or at least a summation of feelings that I have, and I think it's an interesting broader discussion to be had because my personal complaints about The Amazing Digital Circus is that it's a show made by someone who very, very clearly really likes this one character that they made. And you'll see this in shows and video games, whatever. There are some characters who are just their creators' like darling. Whether it's the creator makes them extra powerful, or they just get more scenes, or they literally just get better writing and they're given more backstory and more time to develop and do all that. I feel that when it comes to having, your own favorite of a cast as a creator, there's nothing intrinsically wrong with that. And actually, I think the more you like your own characters, the better, because, I think when you make anything, you want to have a sense of passion that goes into it, and that helps you want to strive to make something good, which is something that you should always want to do when it comes to your own creations. My issue with this particular character, who is a little purple rabbit named Jax, who is, I would say, in his particular cast of characters, the main male character, which is one thing. And when it comes to... Goose is giving the token jackass character a bad name from what I know. Okay, so yes, Jax is very much, the pun with his name is that he's a rabbit, like Jack Rabbit, but also, I'm assuming jackass is partly the pun as well, in that his personality is that he is a demon to everyone, under the guise of like, what? I'm just playing around, I'm just having fun, and some of it is genuinely like, okay, I can see how this can be funny, like pulling a prank or, tripping someone or whatever. Other times, like, it's just straight up, I'm gonna break something that belongs to you, which is more so just like harassment and bullying than anything. Again, not the end of the world, but for a character who claims to be the funny one, there is a level of, malice that comes from him, as well as just a callousness. Like, if you have a character whose whole thing is that I'm gonna do stuff that makes me laugh, and it results in some moments that make them cruel, that is one thing. But there are genuinely parts of this character, like moments that are, relatively light in the grand scheme of things. Like, he doesn't, seriously injure anyone. They're not in an environment where they can be seriously injured. But at the very least, he engages in a kind of torture that could be, summed up as a kind of bullying. He's like one of those characters, kind of like, he's more of an asshole character than a dedicated, like, big bad bully character. Because there is a sense of patheticness to him that I believe is meant to, help you get away from the notion that he is just, super duper bad, So yeah, that's that character. And so he, in the first couple episodes, he is basically alongside all the other characters in that it's very much an ensemble cast, where you have the main character, Pomni, who is essentially isekai'd into this environment. Everyone's been isekai'd, essentially, but she's the one who's been most recently isekai'd, so you kind of have this POV character who is just learning about this environment alongside the viewer, of course, who is learning about the environment for the first time. That's usually a pretty decent and classic way for audience to get exposition about a place they're not familiar with, is to have a character who is similarly lost and suddenly thrust into the world. And so we kind of explore through their eyes as well. And I would say that universally, people like Pomni as a character. Like, she has a really nice design, her animation and voice work is really good, and character-wise, she has her moments of like, oh god, the horrors, but she's also a character who is clearly sort of like a mature adult and can be kind of silly and goofy, but also has her moments of kindness and understanding and patience. So you have a pretty good, like, protagonist where, as opposed to the other members of the circus who are a little bit more extreme in their character types, Pomni is very grounded as a character. Like, if there's anyone who is least likely to be corrupted, quote unquote, it feels like it's gonna be Pomni, which is pretty good as a basis as your main character. And so Pomni and Jax are the two most merchandised characters in the show. Pomni, understandable, because again, she has a very iconic design. Jax, maybe because he's popular? And people wanna fuck him? Like, I don't know. Like, the initial reason for his popularity, I feel, is just because his character as kind of an anti-hero antagonist, in that he's not the villain that they have to beat to escape their situation. He is essentially an ally, but a very antagonistic ally. So he's inherently more interesting than characters who are just, like, lawful good. And that's just my opinion. Obviously, whether characters are interesting or not is subjective. But in my opinion, a character like Jax is going to stand out in a cast where a lot of the other characters are kind of just, like, nice and sane seeming, because he is the only one who is, like, an entertaining asshole. And honestly, a way to fix that is just to make the others also have their entertaining asshole moments. But unfortunately, those moments are largely relegated to just him. And so, as someone who understands that Jax is a fictional character who is a device for carrying the story and scenes and whatnot, I'm not the kind of person who... I've seen some people express this. There's some people who genuinely think Jax is unredeemable and that they hate seeing him because they believe his actions are over the line. I feel that his actions haven't been so over the line to the point where there's a moment where I go like, oh yeah, this is a character that we're meant to be seen as, like, bad. Or whatever. It's always moments that are kind of straddling the line, I'd say. I don't know. Maybe think of, like, My Hero Academia's Bakugo, for example. Like, you have an asshole character who has a spotlight as a kind of foil to the main characters, but at the very least, with Bakugo, with him being rough around the edges, there are lots of other characters who are kind of rough around the edges. But Jax is really the only one of his kind, which makes him stick out. And my train of thought with him was that I would love it if other characters got to have fun moments just like him, and some of them sort of do. Like, Gangle has some moments, Pomni of course have some moments, but it was becoming increasingly clear that this Jax character was the creator's favorite because, like, the creator loves drawing him in humiliating situations where he has to wear feminine clothing, which, let me just say, off the bat, whatever, like, I think that the shtick of putting a male character in a feminine outfit just for them to be like, my skirt is so short, what are you putting me in? And I personally think that if it's just for, like, a gag, whatever. You know, like, I've watched an anime called The Daily Life of High School Boys. There's one gag where they're like, let's try on the girls' uniforms, and at least they're doing it voluntarily. Like, they're doing it because they're like, oh, interesting, And I think that's a little more valid than, like, forced femming a character. But, my take is that, yeah, Daily Life of High School Boys, peak mentioned! But, my take is that I'm not gonna yuck anyone's yum by saying, if you love it when male characters get embarrassed and in female clothing, it's not the end of the world. However, I think that if you just really focus on it to the point where you're like, isn't this funny? Isn't this like, don't you want to buy a shirt with this on it? It gets to a point. It gets to a point where I'm like, I'm glad that you, the creator and team, love to, like, think this is just... I'm just personally, like, there's a point where it gets too much, and I love that trope. I can get how it can be annoying. Like, listen, putting someone in kind of like a titillating outfit and them being kind of flustered, that genuinely is not a bad trope. I kind of like, I can dig it myself, like, because there's something about that I can enjoy. But you have to admit that there is a certain genre of that kind of fan service where it's like, isn't it degrading for you to dress up like a woman? Like, if you put on your misogyny goggles like a little bit, you know, you have to understand that it's... Yeah, that's all I mean to say. And I'm not making any definitive statements about Gooseworks themselves or anything. Like, she can do whatever she wants, like, with her own character. I'm saying in the context of this character who, in the show, gets put in the maid outfit, and prior to the show, Gooseworks drew him in a maid outfit, unprompted, which caused fan art, and then in merchandise after that episode, we have maid outfit merch, and there is still several episodes after that, still new maid outfit merch made of him. It comes to a point where I'm like, I don't know. Like, it's that in tandem with another thing with this character is that there are... So there's an old Tumblr post. So Gooseworks talks a lot about her show and her process and answers questions. And one of the questions she was asked is like, can you tell us what the episodes are about? And she said that, okay, like, so each episode is kind of like has a central character. And so this episode has that one. And then the last three are kind of like, you'll see. Which unfortunately built up a false expectation that this ensemble cast would be properly well-rounded and focused. But the more we get to these last episodes, the more it's becoming like about Jax, because he's the character whose central conflict, aka resisting the group teamwork dynamic, is the one that is the most pervasive and the one that has to be worked on. And also, he's the one with the mysterious backstory that we only know little bits and pieces about. And, like, I don't know, there's a... It's like taking him down a peg, putting in humiliating or uncomfortable situations. Like... People seem to like it. The way merch works is weird. It's not like the creator is the sole arbiter of every decision, especially for merchandising. That is true, and that is fair. However, I am definitely not the only one who thinks, hey, Jax in the maid outfit? I think we have enough of that. I don't know if people are buying it, and fundamentally, when it comes to their merchandising decisions, I'm pretty lenient because they are an indie show and they, however they need to get their money, like, honestly, get that money. But and again, I'm not, at no point was I saying this is specifically Gooseworks' fault, because again, we are working with a large studio, and there's probably a lot of decisions that are outside of the control of the creator themselves, in a lot of ways. Like, for example, the fact that there is a 2-week early theatrical release of the finale is a decision that I am curious who exactly decided it, and I am not quick to blame it on a specific person, because it feels like a weirdly corporate decision, if that makes sense. So no, sorry, if you are assuming that I am specifically blaming Gooseworks for all my criticism about things that are as external to the show's development, you would be mistaken. I am not blaming Gooseworks in any way for that. I am saying that they definitely play a role in spotlighting this specific thing that branches out to merchandise as well. I don't know Gooseworks, I don't even watch this show. I hate talking about something as collaborative as animation, like it's this one person that does everything. Well, again, I am talking about an issue that Gooseworks as the creator, and I would assume director, like main creative vision, has contributed to. And how do I put this? This isn't meant to be like why Gooseworks is problematic, the video. This is meant to be like looking at the digital circus, and the maid outfit's kind of sauceless. I mean, that's fair. Oh my god, and there was also, again, truly personal shit, and these are just my takes, and I understand that going after a specific creator in the indie sphere is something that does stir up a lot of discourse, like, and would definitely not to. I believe that Gooseworks is definitely responsible for broader creative decisions as well as very specific creative decisions. And the broader creative decision I am critiquing is Jax's role in the entire series, in that I believe he is, in comparison to the others, the only way I can describe it is that he's a character who is initially brought up as like, you don't need to focus on him implicitly for you to be interested and intrigued by him. Because as a character, he by default contrasts against the rest of the cast. So even if he is a background character in an episode, he sticks out. So, but by making him like a larger and larger focus of later episodes, you sort of end up putting characters who are otherwise less explored by the wayside. And it's one of those things where I do like Jax as a character and his role in the show and what the show is trying to say with him specifically. I just think that as the show has progressed, it's become more and more and more about him, and it obviously is influenced by the creator's own favoritism. That cannot be denied, by the way. That is not like my subjective opinion. Gooseworks clearly has favorites, and Jax is one of them. Like, if you look at any of their art and Q&A stuff, it is there. And my take is that there's so much of, like, again, merchandise is part of it, but it's just kind of like a tertiary aspect to my argument, is that there's so much of the show that wants you to get invested in Jax as if he's a character who has done some truly heinous things, and the show is like, but wait a minute, have you considered that there's more depth to him than you thought? But the reality of the situation is that he hasn't really done, like, he hasn't gone past the point of no return as a character. He's always been kind of I would say, a shallow level bully type character. And to be honest, sorry, I feel that without knowing the show, it's kind of hard to criticize Sang's points because you don't know how much ownership Goose has over the character. How people talk about animation in general when they only refer to the creator when talking about a show or game or movie. Well, I would think that this isn't like a Dana Terrace Owl House situation in which, because it is, implicitly like a Disney production, there's lots of like higher ups and guys in suits that have to manage things that get released. From what I have seen and from what I can intuit from the people who are behind the show, such as the voice actors, the animators, the creator themselves, it feels like they have not been restricted in any way when it comes to executing the creative vision. Like, freaking Hazbin Hotel, you could argue, has been restricted because by Amazon standards, they only have a certain number of episodes per season. You can argue that is something out of their control because of the situation what they're in. But with the Amazing Digital Circus, Gooseworks has explicitly said, I wanted this show to be 9 episodes. That was my decision. And from what I can see, they have had a lot of control and power over the show. Again, I am not blaming only them for like every little gripe I have with this show. I am saying, as the creator and the one with the main creative vision over this show, I am correlating what they say individually as a creator and the behavior they have shown with the art that they have created, alongside a team, of course. Like, this is not a situation in which a character like Jax, because of, like, the network, was, you know, edited in a certain way before release. Thereby, the creator had to compromise with their vision. This is not a situation like that. Unless, like, if something comes out after the show is done, where Gooseworks admits that, hey, you know, there was stuff I wanted to do, but Glitch Productions, you know, didn't want me to do that, so I couldn't, which I would be like, damn, that sucks, genuinely. And a part of me is like, if this is their total creative expression, I do admire them for that, because being able to create something like this without limitations and being able to do that is a wonderful thing to do. And by no means am I trying to critique this show and say that, like, this show never should have existed or something. That is not what I'm trying to say with this criticism. I never said you were. I want to make it clear, I'm not, like, attacking you or anything. See, here's the thing, sorry. I know that you're not attacking me, but there are some points in arguments, and it's not just you. I've noticed that this happens with a couple of people. I've noticed that sometimes when it comes to online arguments, someone will say something, like express an opinion, another person will respond to that opinion, not with something that directly has to do with one-to-one that opinion, but that opinion reminds them of something else, like a broader issue, and so in response, someone will critique that broader issue, and then in response, the original person's gonna be like, but I didn't say that. Like, why are you responding with that? But I didn't say that. And it becomes kind of a... yeah. It's like one of those. We don't know how the process works that Jack ended up the way they did. If you see Gooseworks' various Tumblr posts, it seems quite clear that, I'm not gonna make any definitive statements by saying that Gooseworks was totally free to do whatever they wanted. That is obviously nothing that is guaranteed, but from what I can see on their socials, the process for, like, specific broad themes and characters were very much, you know, in Gooseworks' hands. From what I can see, and thereby I am building my critique off of that. But also, even if the execution of something wasn't, you know, was impacted by some kind of process and development, like, me critiquing it isn't me going after a specific artist and singling out them. Like, if I just critique it and rather than saying Gooseworks, if I just say Glitch Productions, I feel like that would almost be too broad when it comes to going about things. Because with Gooseworks, I have sources where I can see what their thought process is, which is something that lends credence to my opinions on their creative process with the show. This isn't like a... Actually, Toby Fox does talk about his development process as well. But this isn't like a situation where a creator makes something, says nothing about it, and then people extrapolate things about their personality and process from the art itself. Like, this is not that. Gooseworks is very vocal on how they work on things. Like, for example, oh my god, drink every time I bring up Vivzie Pop or Hazbin Hotel. Like, the things I critique about Hazbin Hotel are things that I will generally critique about the show as a whole, because individual episodes are obviously gonna be written and animated and directed by, like, different people. So it would be unfair for me to say this mistake in this episode is solely the creator's fault, because obviously that's a situation where, you know, it's a team effort and there are different writers and whatnot. But when it comes to like decisions and broader creative decisions that I know are in the control of the creator, like, you know, themes and character specific plot points, then there's more credence in pointing out that this creator with their artistic backgrounds can be narrowed down there. There was a Toby Fox controversy too. I don't know if I can input on that because I am not from a Spanish speaking country. My take is that I think Toby Fox is very much in the right for wanting to limit his games to languages in which he completely understands the nuances, because it's his game. It sounds kind of callous when I say that, and yes, I understand that it can suck if something is not made in your language, especially with something as big as actually I believe it's with, I don't know if it's with Undertale and Deltarune or just with Deltarune, but my take is that there are so many like linguistic nuances with his project. I understand him not wanting to do that because some things will get lost in translation, as things often do. Like, mistranslations have affected lots and lots of like fandom things, so I understand Toby Fox wanting to be a little bit more cautious about it and play closer to the heart. I feel shitty about non-Brazilians dismissing the need of a Portuguese translation at all. See, here's the thing, like, yes, you should, the inherent desire to want something to be translated in all kinds of languages, that is a good thing to want. I do agree that saying that a translation in another language is inherently not necessary, that is a bad faith argument, in my opinion. However, it's ultimately up to the creator if they want to make an official version with that kind of labor. And it's one thing if it's like a visual novel where you can kind of, it's small and one-to-one enough where you can navigate it. Like, I don't know, I'm just... Like, I can understand feelings from both sides, but I don't understand people who believe that this is Toby acting out of some kind of, like, racist, spite. Especially since those same people are making really racist accusations, like, to him, which is not the way to act. But despite, you know, the few outliers who make the point look bad, I'd rather not focus on people who are, like... Whenever I argue, like, about points, I try not to focus on bad faith people who are, like, you can point out and be like, see, this person believes in that, and they did this bad thing, so clearly this argument itself is... Yeah, I don't like doing that. So, aside from that, I'm very sympathetic to the whole topic, and I understand people's frustration. But I also believe that Toby as a creator, I don't know. I understand where he's coming from. A lot of people were making fun of Brazilians wanting translation and all. Yeah, that does suck. That does suck. Yeah, I kind of agree with Royal. Like, the one comment that someone said were, can you name any other person who works on the show? That seemed a little accusatory. Like, I don't know. Like, there's definitely some kind of, like, I cannot articulate it properly at this moment, so forgive me, but... Anyway, in the future, again, I've noticed this with, just in general online, but when it comes to interpreting people's words online, I would prefer if people actually saw the individual, like, what they're saying, and then, you know, made it clear the distinction of, I am saying this to you, the individual, in response to what you have directly said, as opposed to, that reminds me of this unrelated broader topic in which someone said this and I am arguing against that. Because I feel like we've had a couple misunderstandings and, I would say, unfocused conversations like that. Oh no, Capita, I don't believe you said that. We are being vague on purpose in general because I would not want to call any individual person out because that would be... that's just, I feel like a little bit childish also. So, it's kind of like when you're in a workplace and someone like stinks, and rather than telling that individual person that they stink, you just send out you just have a group meeting where you say, hey everyone, make sure you take a bath regularly so that one person doesn't feel particularly singled out. You know, one of those. That has not actually happened in my workplace, thank God, but I definitely understand that it can happen. Anyway, my concluding thoughts on the whole Jax thing with the Digital Circus is that there is nothing intrinsically wrong. I keep using that word. I should really brush up my thesaurus. There is nothing wrong with Gooseworks playing favorites because I have a large cast of characters, and I'm sure, I am totally certain that there are some characters where you look at and you see like the material and the content, and you think, wow, saying like this one like a little more than the average guy. And genuinely, my goal as a creator with so many characters is to minimize that as much as possible, because I feel that obvious favoritism can be a detriment in some cases, and it can also limit the creator when it comes to handling just a lot of characters. And so I try to generally strike a balance, but I'm sure there is biases you can find, and so again, having those biases is totally natural, and you being the creator of your own project and you're like, fuck it, I want everyone to know that this guy, like, I wanna do things to him, and I have the power as a creator to do that. You are totally in your right to do that. However, I do feel like in the broader scheme of a story that you are meaning to tell, that kind of attitude can get in the way. It's kind of like, I feel like sometimes you see this in maybe classic shonen anime, where one character is like weirdly strong and invincible compared to other characters, and no matter what they do, they always win the fight. And to the point where it ends up being boring to watch, because you know that no one's gonna beat them. It's kind of like that, where it's like one character gets like a lot of attention. And sometimes that can be cool because like a character can earn the amount of attention and favoritism they get. And then people see like, oh wow, you know, I understand why you like them. They're my favorite too. But sometimes it can reach a point where it's like, all right, you're sort of sacrificing the broader picture for this one guy. And again, this is totally subjective, but I feel that when it comes to the Amazing Digital Circus, I do like Jax as a character, and I think that the focus he gets a lot of the time is good. I just think that it's unfortunate that him getting focus, especially in these last episodes, feels like it feels like a product of that favoritism and, hey guys, don't you think he's so interesting? And not giving that same treatment to other characters. And like I don't know. Again, it's really personal. Not every character can be like the most complex, interesting guy in the circus. But some characters will just be side or minor characters, and it does suck because people can gravitate towards them, but it is what it is. And yeah, I understand that. Like, if you're watching something where you're attached to, like I love background characters most of the time because, and I feel like, you know what's a weird background character paradox? Like, a lot of fandoms can gravitate towards background characters because they don't get development, and therefore people can headcanon and project and fill in the blanks as much as they want. And in that sense, that is less so, like, that's always interesting to me whenever that happens, because then the character is less of the product of the show, and it becomes like something that has become twisted into something else, you know? That's why whenever there are like fandom-wide headcanons about a character that are like, oh wow, that makes them so deep, I'm like, okay, you can think that and enjoy that, but like, don't give credit to the creator for that. When the creator did jack squat, and it was just you using your imagination. Unless there are like genuinely like hints put down that provided some concrete proof of that, I'm always a little bit wary about giving the creator or the development team in general too much credit when it comes to things that the fandom has just made up. Again, nothing wrong with enjoying that, but specifically, like, especially when it comes to like representation, quote unquote, I feel that some people can be a bit too charitable when it comes to things, because we have to raise our standards, y'all. We have to give flowers to creators who are actually brave enough to try shit. Rock Lee, for example, is the potential man of Naruto. He should have been the main character and focusing on him to the detriment of everyone, despite him having like 2 fights. Yeah, I would say Rock Lee is a really good example of a character who is similar to Naruto. Actually, a lot of like Naruto major characters, like Gaara, for example, he is a Naruto variant in that he has a sad backstory and an importance in his community. While Rock Lee is also like kind of has he's like a personal sad backstory in that he's unable to do ninjutsu, so he does taijutsu and all that. And so I understand that. But it's one of those things where, yes, you know, you can see him being a protagonist, but fundamentally the story that the creator wants to tell is about Naruto. And is that story good? For the most part, yeah. So I get that. Sangul is old enough to be my dad. XYB, in another world, I am your dad. Do your homework. Brush your teeth. Clean up all those spiders in your room. That's an order. Stop, don't remind me. Oh, Lord. Oh, the spiders. Yeah. At the very least, it's good to see that, your cat, Mustis, is doing well. Genuinely always happy to see little updates from the little kitty cat. As well as anyone's, cat or pet that they have. Dude, if someone joins the server who has a pet bunny, I'm gonna lose my mind, because bunny pictures, I will never get enough. Like, cats and dogs, yeah, you're alright, but bunnies are, like, extra to me. There will be favoritism, I assure you. I have 5 cats and 4 dogs? Good lord, do you live on a farm? Who has the space? Actually, I also know someone who has, like, a good amount of cats and dogs, and they lived in, like, a regular suburban, like, middle-class white person house. So, what do I know? We don't get around to fixing our animals. Our one cat is just a town bicycle. I mean, I guess it's your prerogative. As long as you're taking care of whatever comes out of those arrangements, I guess. But I feel like generally it's good to spay or neuter your animals. Otherwise, there's just gonna be more of them than you can handle. Speaking about Mustis, she's like right here in my lap and looking at the stream. Hi, Mustis! Hi, Mustis! Oh my god, Mustis, do you see the other cat that is on the video right now? That's you. That's you. I can't believe I summoned her. I can't believe we have a celebrity watching our stream. Mustis thinks your cursor's a bug. Oh! Look at that. Look at that. Look. Going there. Going there. Saying I drew a thing. Oh, you did, Capita? Aww. I'm looking in art studio. Ooh. Oh wait, Apollo drew something. Nice. Oh yes, Capita, I believe I do see your art in there. That comic of yours. Very nice. Maybe I won't make it flap so much behind him. Not as much. If there's any, I would say, recurring design thing in Chromosynth, it's just big, stupid jackets. It's kind of like how Genshin Impact loves having characters to either have long hair that flaps behind them when they run, or like tassels on their jackets. It's kind of like that. I keep messing up the stream streak because like I find the Phoenix Wright games boring. Aww. Well, some sacrifices must be made. Sorry. Hello underscore hello! Hello, hello! I have a third name and people back then in my family had up to 6 names because they were royalty? Jesus Christ, XYB. Some people's family lore is so interesting. Because what the fuck do you mean you were royalty at one point? XYB, I mean this in the most polite way as I can. I feel like people whose extended family were royals at a certain point should definitely be capable of taking care of the spiders in their bedroom. I mean, ultimately, it's not your fault, and I understand it's a very stressful, troublesome situation, but I feel like you should take care of that sooner rather than later. As with any kind of bug infestation. I mean, if it's just like one spider chilling, that's one thing. Happy birthday, dude. Thank you. Thank you. You just got a tax ad? I mean, it is that time of year. Damn, there are some people who still haven't done their taxes yet. Can you believe that? It's like, whoa, do you guys see this video? It's really good. It's really good. What's your birthday wish? My wish, genuinely, if you guys genuinely want to know my wish, it's Chromosynth related, because that is the only thing that I'm capable of thinking about when it comes to, like, anything I make. So, forgive me for being, like, repetitive. If you really only come here because I can draw good and maybe you like me for my personality, but the actual content of what I make is, like, meh, then honestly respectable. But also, like, my genuine birthday wish is that I will have the personal motivation to commit more to making art related stuff for Chromosynth. And I don't mean illustrations that are like kind of standalone. I mean specifically stuff that have to do with like the designs, the story, like things that have to do with the project as a whole. And not things that I can just, you know, scrounge together for fun. And because I have been feeling, I would say, unmotivated to like sit down and really work on some stuff. So I would like to do that. Do I have a non-productivity related birthday wish? I guess world peace, the death of Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump, the dissolvement of Israel, what else? What else? A lot of money would be cool, I guess. Tomodachi Life to come out. That's gonna be, granted in a few days, so hooray for me. Oh my god, Ryan! Ryan, hi! Thank you so much! Thank you. And Ryan have subscribed, thank you! Oh, thank god a subscription alert worked. Sometimes they don't work and it can be very stressful. But yeah, that worked. Thank you, Ryan! Thank you! for subscribing and for being here. Ryan, I just realized, like, I was gonna say, like, I'm slowly entering your age range, which is the 30s, but I also realized that you also age, so as a matter of fact, we will always be the same distance away from each other in the great race that is life. But regardless, it's good to see you, Ryan. You're catching up? I am! We're all slowly strolling across the, you know, the big track and field place. Do you usually get ads as a Prime sub? Isn't? No, usually if you're a Prime sub, it should functionally work like a regular sub, right? Because I know Royal is a Prime sub, and they don't usually get ads. I've actually started going backwards as a joke. Fuck! Wait! How did he figure that out? Soon Ryan and I are gonna be the same age. It's gonna be really awkward. Why would you do that to me? Oh, it's gonna be so... Oh. Damn. Man, well... I'll have to look forward to that, I guess. You're 31 now? Wait, you're 31? For some reason, Wait, are you 31 after walking backwards, as previously mentioned, or are you actually 31 currently? That's a question that I have. Okay, you are 32, okay. Actually, I'm gonna be so honest, Ryan, I thought you were firmly in your mid-30s. So, it's good to know that you were actually more accessible than I thought. And by accessible, I mean I'm slowly approaching your location every year. But... yeah. Sangled, you're closer to the age of my stepdad now. Ew! I don't want to be close to your stepdad. I'm the stepdad. I'm the dad that stepped up, bro. Cassie is 37? Oh, genuinely? Sick. Good for her. My stepdad is evil. Like, yeah, so, I don't know. I'm sorry to hear that your stepdad is evil, XYB, genuinely. I hope the situation either amends itself or you are able to grow up and escape. It's kind of the same train of logic that I told way back in the day when someone sent me a message on Tumblr saying, like, how do you cope with being in a bad household? And then my response was legitimately, like, just seek some comfort in knowing that once you are able to, once you're old enough, you can just leave. I'm not saying it's easy to, believe me, it's tough in its own right, but at the very least, like, you'll have an opportunity later on. I'm lying in bed with Amber on my chest. Amber! I love Amber. He's just lame and evil. He doesn't do... He's just evil. He's not that bad. That really clears things up. Thank you, XYB. Giving him skinny chicken legs. Actually, should I give him... You know, I make him pretty, like, skinny, I'd say. Like, he has, like, actually, the head to shoulder ratio is... It's something. I might work on that. He was definitely smaller in the previous one. Maybe it's the angle of things, but Anyway. My uncle was evil, but after he started dating this girl, he got better. Man, like, I know a good number of people who are, like, sort of, like, on the path to evil, but then they had a canon event where they developed empathy, and now they're kind of on the straight and narrow. Which, good for them, I guess. Like, I'll see people online, you know, there's this person online who will not be named, who I would say has been criticized because they had what I would softly call a Nazi phase when they were a teenager, and they are not anymore, but there are people online going like, man, I think that that should always follow them for the rest of their life. My take on that subject is I personally never had a Nazi phase, so I think it's really easy not to. That's my take on things. I know someone who used to be like real deep into 4chan, like alt-right stuff, and then like he's not anymore. He's like almost like a straight up communist now. But like every now and then he feels awfully compelled to bring up the fact that used to be him. And I'm like, I'd rather you not remind me of the point in your life where you would look at someone like me and probably think the most vitriolic shit. I know you don't anymore, but like maybe don't remind me. You're not really doing yourself any favors, even if you've changed. Oh, just saying. I was also evil, guys. No! Fuck! Don't tell me! Don't tell me it's true, XYB. No! You... No! That's not possible! This cannot be! Does anyone say that anymore? Does anyone, like, you know, nowadays, does anyone drop to their knees and say, this can't be? People don't say that anymore. There's a fairly clear line between offensive humor phase and an actual Nazi phase. Neither are inevitable, but one at least is understandable. Yes, I definitely agree. Like, cause there's definitely people who see the aesthetics of Nazism and go, and without like actually believing in any of it, and go like, that's kind of cool, but then like they're like, whatever, you know. I kind of get that, but I also get people being very, very eked out by it, cause yeah. This can't be! You should be able to grow, but I always side-eye when they keep bringing it up and try to act as if this great act of growth was to not be a Nazi. Yeah, personally. Like, on one hand, it can kind of be suspicious if someone never brings it up and acts like it never happened, if it was like a really, really serious thing. But, like, I feel like continuously bringing it up is arguably kind of worse. He's like, bro, I don't need to know all that. I guess you could say we're pretty woke. You know, voicing Apollo Justice during our Ace Attorney streams is reminding me that the voice I do for him, for Apollo, is kind of similar to the voice accent that I associate with, like, 2000s Smosh. Where it's like, what is up, dude? And then, like, I don't think it's in character for him to say, but like specifically the way they say like, take that, bitch. Like, it's like, does anyone used to watch Smosh and they just like, they have a specific intonation when it comes to certain things that in retrospect I find really funny and just like a time capsule of things. Nox just sent me a picture of the Back of the Future on TV. Nox has a bunny! What? I was just talking earlier that if anyone in our server had a rabbit, it'd be over for me. Because I'd only demand pictures of it. What are you saying? That they have a bunny? Oh, I'm jealous. Tell Nox I'm jealous of them. God, that's the life. I mean, yes, logistically, any animal is a lot to take care of because you have to the medical stuff and insurance and the actual day-to-day labor. But what if I had a bunny in my friggin' arms right now? Makes you think. Nox had 2, but down to 1 now. Aww. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you. Back to the Future is a delight. Oh, if anyone knows that, it's Ryan Phantom. Let him know. I saw a bunny in the pet store. It was 60. What is it? Euros? How much of that is in American dollars for reference? But also, yes, bunnies can be very expensive. Technically, it's more ethical to, you know, get a relatively cheaper animal from the shelter rather than like a high-class breed that's expensive and from somewhere. But I understand if people have their preferences. Hey, quick controversial question. Should I give Mililani thick-ass thighs? Like, you know, rather, because he's basically shaped like this. Like, he has, like, little hips, but, like, kind of the, you know, a realistic amount. So, but what if I just really just went all out? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Birthing hips now. He kind of has Mettaton hair. Oh, XYB. If you don't know, Mettaton was one of his initial inspirations. It's kind of why his name resembles Mettaton a bunch. If you look at, like, hold on. Let me bring up the relics of Chromosynth Past and show you some of the earliest Mililani art. Okay. So, when is the earliest, like, he really looked like Mettaton? Because at this point in time, he was kind of just like a slightly alt music boy here. Yes, these are the ancient texts. But in the later one, hold on. It was probably more so in this one that, yeah, you can see a little bit of the diva coming out. A little bit of the diva has come out here at this point. Yeah. By the way, you don't see art like this in the concept art area for most Chromosynth characters because I feel that this is too outdated. It reaches a point where I would not feel comfortable putting this on my website because the quality of it comes to a point. Do you remember that person who used to draw the most stereotypical and ugly trans mask art? Ryan Phantom, are you talking about a specific Homestuck artist or like an artist in general? Because I can sort of remember a Homestuck artist who used to do that. Yes. See, here's the thing about that. At the time, I feel like that was something that they could oh, no? I feel like, just one artist. Well, that doesn't really narrow things down for me, Ryan. But I can imagine in my head, are you talking, I mean, RCD art? That's a very specific person. But basically, imagine they're drawing someone who's trans mask, but they, hold on, it's 9:45. So, but they look like this. This is my trans mask Captain America. That was it? Oh, that was it. Alright, well, I'm glad we're on the same page. Yes. The thing that really sucks about this specific artist is, yes, underscore, you're correct. They were the focus of arts regression memes because their earlier arts genuinely were really good. I would say it was a good mixture of stylization and a grasp of anatomy, but I think then they went to like Cal Arts or some shit, and their art became so much more simplified and so much more emphasis on shapes and and all that, to the point where the exaggerated elements became like offensive caricatures, both in a gender way and in a racial way, mind you. Like there were some interesting donut lips involved at one point. But yeah, it's like RDCR, RCDR, I believe that's what their name is, and I don't believe they've been online since. But otherwise, anyway, yeah. See, the thing about this mini thing is that they don't actually give you a good grasp on their body type. So I think if the consensus is to give him birthing hips, then who am I to refuse? All right, time to give you thick thighs, Millie. Give the people what they want. When I think of wide-hipped men, I can't help but think of it. Ryan, that's really unfortunate that when you think of a sexy, wide-hipped man, you think of like a transphobe. Amber. Oh, Amber and her, what is that? Her strawberry? Her strawberry pepper collar? Oh, oh, Amber. Make sure she can breathe. That collar looks a little tight on her. Or maybe her fur is just very thick. Aww. I pushed her off and now she's angry. Why would you do that? Ryan, how could you do that? What the fuck? Strawberry. Okay, very good. Oh, strawberry baby. It's not, don't worry. Okay. I shan't pet owner explain things to you, so I believe you. I'm sorry she's angry at you. I hope she can find it in her heart to forgive you. Sangle, do you have a pet? I grew up in a household where fish were the main pet of choice because they are nice decor and taking care of them is simple. And they don't really make a mess. That was the Sangled experience, basically. Damn. He looks like he does crazy aerobics, which kind of makes sense because one of his concept arts had him as like an 80s style fitness instructor. Hold on, let me try to find it. The fitness instructor era of Mililani. Where is it? Oh yeah, it's this one. Don't pay attention to this. It's this specific version of Millie where I really went into the 80s aesthetic for him. I don't know why. It's kind of cunty in its own right. But yes, that was him at a certain point. What was that? What was what? That was Mililani in a classic, you know, 80s inspired fitness instructor look. Mostly because when I think of like an idol, you know, in like whites, in very polyester stuff, I think of the 80s a little bit. You know how it is. Must have been the wind. Truly that it must have been. Listen, I can't explain to you the machinations of past Sangold's minds, okay? There can be all kinds of things on my previous little concept arts. Who knows? Let's see, what's another like nice Mililani concept art I can show y'all? Something that specifically isn't on the website, by the way. I have a whole folder of concept art that isn't on the website because some things are reserved for me and my shame. Was he pregnant? No! That was definitely not what it was. Okay, the belt, like, goes a little bit above. Sangle, did you study art? I mean, the only academic art courses I've taken are like a figure drawing class that I took at a, you know, a community like art place when I was in high school, and AP art, as well as just, you know, miscellaneous art classes. Otherwise, I have not professionally studied art. I only took one art class in college, and that was kind of a general art class. Nothing so specific as to what I am doing currently. Yeah, for the most part, this is all very much self-trained. Which you can probably be able to tell. Because there is a certain... I would say, I still sort of struggle with the fundamentals, even to this day. So, that's advice to you all, artists. Study the fundamentals. Don't be like me. We should study Sangled. Oh, Capita subscribed, but it didn't freaking show up! Why does it do that sometimes? Capita subscribed, and thank you, Capita. See, the thing is, Ryan's subscription won. Ryan's subscription worked, but Capita's didn't. Maybe because Ryan resubscribed, because it said Ryan like subscribed for, you know, this many months, but it says Capita. Maybe is that it? I don't know. I'm sorry that the little fun notification didn't come up, Capita, but thank you very much for subscribing. I appreciate it. This is always the case. No, don't put me in a petri dish. No, don't put the solution on me and then squish me between the lid. No, don't observe me under the microscope. No! No, don't shake me. You're gonna disturb my natural presence. No. My god, they're sangled in here. The more you guys like say my username, the more I'm like, who the fuck comes up with something like that? Like, listen, I was trying so hard to be a fucking Markiplier type person, because I'm like, man, if I have the word sang in there, then my username nickname and my actual nickname are like one and the same, so it's so big-brained. But Markiplier makes sense because it's like multiplayer, or like, I don't know, there's a rhythm to it that makes sense. Sangled is very much like, who was in the studio? Me. I was in the studio. No one else. Join the club. I think Ryan Phantom has a ring to it. Though I will admit, I do not know the origins of Ryan Phantom. I also feel like your style and demeanor when it comes to things, Ryan, make it so that using your real name makes sense. Because I can't imagine calling someone like you fucking Tubus. Hey guys, welcome to another Tubus stream. It's me. We're going to stream Hive Swap Act 7. What's the year? That's right. The year 3000. That's when the act came out. This is a really obscure reference, I'm sorry. But when I was 12, I liked the show Danny Phantom. Oh, so basically what everyone thinks about when they hear Phantom, and a reference someone actually made when you first entered. So I believe that's a pretty effective username. Tubus plays Hive Swap Part 4. Dude, I await with bated breath. Do you still like... You know what's crazy? Of all the time I've known you, Ryan, and all the interests I've seen you have, Danny Phantom has not come out once. Isn't that crazy? Like, what's up with that? I mean, my first username was SaneCurb14, and you will see me bringing up Kirby and shit now and then. Like, there's a sense of consistency there, but... So here's the thing. Wait, XYB, what was your inspiration? Let us know. It's crazy in retrospect, XYB, knowing you, because your first entrance, well, at the very least, your first entrance in chat was our Investigations playthrough when Eustace came up, and I was flabbergasted to have a message come from someone with your username, because I knew I was in the presence of greatness. What an entrance. Danny Phantom didn't age too well. Like, the show or the association therein? Because I would say the show itself hasn't you know, particularly garnered like a, oh man, I liked it when I was a kid, but it sucks now. Not that particularly. But if it's because of, you know, the creator, then I understand. Teenage Robot was my other fave and aged like fine wine. Yes. You know what the heck is up. Does Millie only have 4 fingers on this hand? Millie totally only has 4 fingers on this hand. Hold on. Hold on. Was that it in the original? That was it in the original. He only had 4 fingers and y'all did not catch that. And when I mean y'all, I mean collective everyone, including me. But anyway. Partly because of Butch, but I don't know if I can bring myself to watch it anymore. Aww. Well, if it's any consolation, Ryan, I think that the Danny Phantom show is still one of those, like, Nickelodeon shows that is, you know, still remembered well. You know? It's not a show where you're like, man, oh, that show? You know, it's not one of those. What's a show that really hasn't aged well from that era? You know, that era where all the my childhood ruled because I was watching fucking television all the time. What hasn't aged well? I feel like a lot of them are pretty good, but there are definitely some stinkers in there. I feel like a lot of the Cartoon Network shows I like also have not aged particularly poorly because they're all good and I have great taste. Johnny Test. Isn't Johnny Test more so like late 2000s, early 2010s? I feel like it doesn't quite fit in with that like late 90s, 2000s era. But I suppose you are right. There is a part of it that is, I would say it has been turned into a punchline. But I'm gonna be so for real. Did anyone watching Donnie Test at the time was like, I will ride or die? Like, I don't know. It's a 2005 show? Okay, mid 2000s. Okay. You know, maybe that's a testament to its quality, is the fact that I don't mentally associate it with those, like, classic nostalgia shows. And neither does the internet. You woke up at 4 a.m. and weren't able to get back to sleep? Oh my goodness. Really, if you gotta go, then you should go. We should do a stream together soon. We should! Sometimes it feels like, you know, us saying that is like friends talking to each other saying we should hang out together soon, and then they never do. But I truly do want to stream together soon, Ryan. I think it'd be wonderful. Unfortunately, my streams are pretty like cookie cutter in that it's either me solo art or me and Royal and Safi doing a very specific thing. But if you want to invite me to one of your streams, like I could, if you allow me to be a guest in your house, it would be an honor. can I be in it? XYB, you can come to a Ryan Phantom chat and be a chatter. Though I will say, I will warn you in advance, Ryan Phantom is not as lenient with chat nonsense as I am. Like, cause I know there are some chatters of mine who like to, I would say, go on and on about things, and I am very much, I welcome that, because, like, do whatever you want. I feel like Ryan's a little more, like, stay on subject, kids. So just letting you know. Of course, Ryan can say whatever he wants, but, you know. I feel like our stream cultures are, like, a little bit different, but as long as you're willing to make the adjustment. No, there's nothing wrong. It's just a stylistic thing. Like, I remember someone who regularly came on my stream going to Ryan's stream after we raided, and at one point, like, they were chided for spamming or something, or saying, or starting to say something unrelated. So I was like, things are different here. It's more so because Ryan is usually playing, you know, story-based things, and I generally, like, avoid chat or either just ignore chat for the most part, but yeah. I think that was an isolated event. Those freaks say whatever now? I mean, I would hope that you are able to curate the experience that you desire, but alright, well, if that's the case, I guess go wild, XYB. Do whatever you want, you have permission. I fling my chatters at you like a flying squirrel. Okay, that's good. I hope I'm not coming off as condescending. I am just working off of the limited knowledge I have, but of course, it is ultimately your stream, Ryan. Our chats are similar is my point. That's fair, that's fair. Yeah, Ryan, you're familiar enough with my streams to know how it works here generally. You are young and carefree. You are, XYB! I think that is something that's very beautiful about chatters like you who just are never particularly barred by the conversation topic and just like say whatever comes to mind. I think there's something beautiful about that. It's like watching a horse run free in a pasture. Sorry, these boots are really annoying. As soon as I turn 16, I will be thrown into the cage. No! That is not how it works. As soon as you turn 16, you should be like, more opportunities for me. And that's how you should always treat life. The opening of doors. It's gonna be a long time until you realize that life is a series of closing doors. You save that mentality for your midlife crisis, which you're very much far away from. Another reason why you should save watching BoJack Horseman until much later, honestly. Isu was 15 when he started watching my stream? Oh my god. That's crazy. I mean, I bet I have viewers like that, where they were significantly younger than me when I first started streaming, and now we're all grown to a certain extent. XYB, you're my sister's age. I'm old! Oh no, Shiori. Oh no. Guys, it's my birthday. We should all have some levity about the natural process of aging. Don't don't be doomer. Don't be doomer. Be bloomer. Sango, do you have a sibling? I will age mix with it. I have an older sibling. I actually met up with them today to celebrate my birthday with a little nice birthday dinner that they cooked. Which is lovely because you know, they're able to make me some nice Korean food. That admittedly, because he is more so the cook in his household, I get to leech off of him a little bit. But saying you would have been 17 with when Isu started watching. Ew! Wait. Nuh-uh. No. That can't be right. Ryan and I are friends, therefore we are similar in age. Therefore, I would not have been that young. Ergo. Nevertheless. I love being my age, but certain things remind me of how many rotations around the sun. Yeah, I understand. Saying, will you do a brother reveal? I will probably not, because my brother is the exact opposite of me, in that he, like, hates social media, and he hates doing, like, internet things, such as being perceived. So, most likely not. Like, I'm not one of those, like, creators who can make those TikTok accounts where it's like, me and my sibling answer these quirky questions. Like, it's not that. Like, truly. Like, the only time I would probably get him on stream is, like, through voice. For his, like, Ace Attorney opinions. Because that's all he cares about. But if you want to imagine what he looks like, imagine me, less chubby, I would say. You know, with the kind of like a general Asian, like, fluffy hair, similar glasses, and taller. That's basically him. I would like your brother then. Interesting. I mean, that's fair. My brother's a very interesting person because we spent a lot of the dinner conversation talking about him because I like analyzing the kind of person he is. Because he was the kind of person who, you know, he described himself as a vessel for which, like, all he cared about was studying, because that's just... And I asked him, like, you know, did our parents do that to you? Like, were they too strict? And he was like, no, actually. I was just... Like, that's just how I process things. Like, all I focused on was school because I thought that was all that mattered. And it was only, like, at college where he was like, oh, I have developed a broader worldview beyond that. Also, I care about things now. Which is very cool. Gender bent saying, unfortunately that is very much the case with siblings of different genders. That they kind of are, in some ways, a gender bent you. But, like, only in that aspect of, like, appearance, maybe. When it comes to, like, personality, he is very different from me. Like, all of my neuroses of, like, caring too much and thinking too hard, his mentality is just, like, I don't care. And not in a particularly callous way, it's just like he is immune to taking things personally, which is very much not how I roll. It's funny. Also, you will not see my older brother on stream because there's more than enough of you who like men who may act unwise when you see him, and I don't think I'm ready for that. I can trust y'all for the most part, but, you know, I'm also keeping him safe in this respect. Shut up, Ryan! Ryan, you are a straight man. Do not LARP in my chat. Though actually, the biggest accuracy of straight men is their propensity to imitate gay men. So, you know, what do I know in the grand scheme of things? Like, there's nothing, like, more amusing to straight men than acting like they would love to have to be intimate with another man. Like, it's part of their culture. Maybe I'm the one who's LARPing. In the next year, straight is legal and gay is the norm. Oh my god, the year 2027, when a girl with blue hair is executing you. What does that mean? It's been a long time since I've seen it, to be quite frank. Alright, I think I've reached the point where we're finally starting to get somewhere. However, I still need to do little details on the jacket, the freaking jacket. Alright. Oh yeah, the line of the jacket. It's the little... right here. Yeah. There's something about adding little lines to clothings and designs that's very satisfying for me. Tangled brother's also straight, right? I think straight men can be into other straight men. That's just double straight. You're so real for that. Yes, my brother is a straight man. I honestly believed he was like fully like asexual, aromantic because, well, more so aromantic because like he demonstrated like very little interest from what I could perceive. Because again, like he said, throughout high school he was only a vessel for which academic success coursed through him. But it's so funny, honestly, seeing what his life is like, because like from your guys' limited perspective you may think like, oh, Singled's brother is probably like, you know, pretty similar to her, kind of, you know, nerdy and all that. No, as a matter of fact, my brother was weirdly popular growing up because he was so self-assured that people would be like, oh, like, what, are you like a nerd, you like studying? And he's like, yeah, what? And then they were like, damn, he's kind of confident, I kind of like that. And they invited him out to parties and shit. Meanwhile, me, someone who thought way too hard about the intricacies of social dynamics, I wasn't invited to shit. So while I was like, you know, in my feelings, struggling with inner turmoil of social anxiety, he was like, people keep inviting me to parties, it's so fucking annoying. And like, you know, I've gotten over it. Like at one point I resented him. Now it's in the past, but it's really funny in retrospect. Gotta go get ready for my stream. I'm happy birthday. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Have a good stream. Thank you. The angle. Do you get gifts? My brother made dinner for me, which was a very nice. Gifts. I did have a friend give me a gift card to a nearby game place, so I may buy some nice like nerd merch or a board game with that, so that's cool. My dad, who you know, what's funny is that my parents' birthdays is very close to my birthday, so I sent them a card, you know, cards for each of them, and in my card I emphasized, hey, you know, like, love you, love your support, you know, you can like text me like regularly about like things, right? For some reason, for me personally, I've always been envious of people who have close enough relationships with their parents that they just text each other things. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm very much someone who likes texting people, or at least texting people who I'm close enough with that I'm like secure in the relationship. But my parents like rarely ever text me. I mean, they say like, you know, happy Easter, love you, and all that, which is nice, but I'm like, I want to know what the fuck is up with your life. So yes, but regardless, my dad texted me saying, I sent money to your bank account so you can have a nice dinner with your friends or you buy something. So I will be going to DC tomorrow to hang out with friends. So that's where the money will go, I think. We'll go to some museums, which will be pretty fun. But yes, yeah. And honestly, I feel like the best gift for my birthday is gifts that is being able to indulge in things, such as buying these Pop-Tart flavored Peeps that I still have on the side, as well as, you know, buying like a game that I haven't done. I haven't bought games in a very, very long time, and I just instantly went for Tomodachi Life, which, by the way, this might sound really stupid, but Tomodachi Life comes out next week. I have pre-ordered the physical version on Amazon, and it will arrive estimated like April 20th, which is a good several days after the game is officially released. I am so impatient that I am genuinely considering getting the digital version so I can play it earlier before the physical version comes. And I know that's a lot of money because it's like, what, $60 each? Have you considered that? I can't justify it. I can't justify it. I'm impatient. I want it now, and I want the physical version. See, cancel the physical version. Let's see. The thing is, because this game is so special to me, I explicitly ordered the physical version because I wanted to have the physical version. So I can't have both. I can't have the physical version and have it as soon as possible. And that burns me up on the inside. I'm not gonna lie. Host a giveaway for a free physical copy? No, I want the physical copy. I want it because I think physical media is a you know, it's a dying art form, and I don't collect many things, but it'd be nice if I have this one thing. And also, what if fucking Nintendo Switch Online dissolves somehow, and all my downloads disappear, but my physical ones stay? You never know. You can play digital Tomodachi Life while I'm at the temple. Oh, wait, that's actually really tempting. Next week is saying... Wait. All you're doing is pushing me towards buying the digital version while doing nothing about the impending physical version, which is fine by me. Actually, I guess I just really want a physical version. I almost wish I knew someone who, you know, who has a Switch and Tomodachi. I don't know. I want it. It's like that Family Guy meme. I want it now. Ugh. God damn it. I may actually be the chud who ends up getting both versions because... You know what? Maybe that might work out. You know why? Because what if, hypothetical situation, what if someone has a Switch and they want to borrow Tomodachi Life? So I let them borrow the physical version, but I'm still able to play the digital version on my Switch. Eh? That's a hypothetical that could work in my favor. And it's also really generous when you think about it. I'm doing this on behalf of other people. What does a peep like? Alright, XYB. A peep basically is a marshmallow that is covered in little sugar. That is literally all it is. And the reason why I like Peeps in particular is just because they're covered in sugar and they're colorful, and they're a little bit fancier than regular marshmallows. And I have a big sweet tooth. Ooh, do you guys hear the water in your ear? Let me turn that up. So you can hear the water. Oh hell yeah, that's the kind of ASMR I love. I love water ASMR. You know, in my birthday art I drew today, I was like, how can I incorporate my love of aquatic things? And the solution to that truly was just drawing a single fish. And like in the context of everything else, I'm sure it was very confusing why Sangal just drew, like, I'm sitting with Kirby, you know, a rat, a bunny and all that, and just like a dead fish. That's the context for the fish, if you were wondering. It's supposed to encapsulate the assets of my personality. Can I request an entire playlist? You are definitely free to do so. I can check it out and see if the vibes fit. You are definitely, it is definitely in your jurisdiction, Safi. So I believe, okay, there's four of these little lines. I've never heard a birthday song in a different rhythm, even in different languages. Well, maybe it's because every birthday song you hear is just a different variation of the same song. There are different versions. There are different kinds of birthday songs. Like the song that we played by the... What's it called? The guys. Yeah. Similar to what you're listening to now, you can finish this video first. Okay! This video is actually almost over, so... I think it's over now. Okay, let's see what Safi has cooking up. Ooh, this title is very intriguing. Not to be like place Japan, but there is something about seeing like a Japanese artist on an album that makes me go, ooh. Oh, this is so quiet. I'm gonna turn it up a little bit. I hope it doesn't suddenly start and it's the loudest thing I've ever heard. Oh, this first song is called The Birth of Water. Ooh. Safi, wait. Yeah! Oh my god, it's in my ears! God, you know, I haven't been swimming in a while. Despite having a gym membership that's whole purpose is to give me access to a swimming pool, but specifically because I've been having skin issues on my face. And I'm worried that the more I go to the pool, the more the chlorine is messing up my face. But I should swim. It's healing being in a pool, especially since I used to swim competitively a long time ago. And now I've reclaimed it, so it's something that heals me rather than stresses me out. Yes, I think this whole playlist is gonna be a little quiet, so I'm gonna turn it up. I love the pool. I've never had skin issues, so I don't think that's it. Maybe. Like, I generally didn't have skin issues in my school pool, but this pool, it actually got noticeably bad. Like, one of my eyes would swell after swimming there, which I think is a bad thing. It's safe to say that is my body reacting in a negative manner. But I think maybe the issue is that after I swim, I have to be much more vigilant about making sure to clean up afterwards quickly and thoroughly. Too much chlorine? Maybe. It is a pool that is underneath a gym, albeit a very expensive gym, so you would think it's better maintained, but I digress. Yeah. I hate chlorine, so I don't like pools that much. I just go to the beach. Oh, I haven't been to the beach in so long, and I'm literally on the East Coast. That is prime beach pickings. Okay. The very last detail is the cord. Oh my god, it's so magical. It's a wonderful combination of both the ethereal nature of the ocean and also space. Imagine being casually able to go to the beach. The beaches here are super rocky, but it's fun to collect rocks and fossils. And fossils? Damn! Well, consider me jealous. Man, I was a big rock collector as a kid. Kind of still am. And when I mean collector, I don't mean as in, you know, like geology was my special thing. I mean, whenever I go on walks, I make it my prerogative to scour for interesting rocks. I don't even know jack shit about rocks. I just try to find one, and for some reason the treasure hunter instinct is so strong in me that even the idea of picking up something that's like, whoa, that's something rare, is just so tempting to me. Ever since I was a little kid, I knew I wanted to be a treasure hunter when I grew up. I still do. My rocks and minerals and crystals. Aww. Aww. I feel like when I was a kid, I did not have the money to have a dedicated rocks and minerals collection. So the best I could do is just fucking rocks I found on the path of a park. If they were particularly smooth or white, maybe. But, brother, if I did have one of those, you know, sometimes, you know, kids have those bougie crystal collections that are bought to specifically for looking fancy. Brother, I would have thrived if that was me. Well, actually, is that the... Oh, that is the thing in the middle. Ah, I see. So you would actually be right here. Then you be closer here. Alright, it's time to start coloring him. My rocks and minerals collection from a decade ago, I had to sell them all. Aww. I'm sure it was hard to part with, Safi. I should probably draw the little horizontal, vertical lines there. I remember being a, you know, speaking of selling, I remember being a dumbass kid, and in some ways a very enterprising kid, because I had loved setting up my little garage sales, bringing my little picnic basket to the park, and then laying out a bunch of items and selling them for like $0.25 to $1 to kids. Sometimes they were toys, sometimes they were like bits and pieces of things. But I got on the train of selling things on eBay when I was like 11, and at the time, I knew just enough to know how to sell things and what they were sold for. So I had like Pokemon cards that I sold for what was at the time a fair price, especially considering how poor the quality of the condition was, because I was a dumb kid. And I still do have some cards that I have specifically from my childhood, even though a lot of them are very beat up and not particularly valuable. But I still curse the day that I sold like a Mewtwo EX card for like $5, and I considered that a win because I'm like, they don't know that I would have, this isn't doing anything and it's in bad condition. They don't know. You know who didn't know me? Sango, do you think or have free time to watch and read stuff anymore as an adult or as someone with a job? XYB, I think that's a very good question. I think I could definitely there's definitely in my power that I should read and watch more things. I think I've been better at watching things lately. Like, either when it comes to, like, shows I've been putting off or movies that I'm interested in. But when it comes to reading, I am definitely slacking in that department. But yes, it is absolutely possible to be a full-grown adult with a full employment and have time to do all that. There's awesome anime and stuff. I mean, that's true. Oh, there are some manga I'm catching up on. That's fair. Like, Skip to Loafers is my #1. Every update, I'm locked in. I also keep up on Spy Family a little bit. Even though it's definitely reaching a point where it feels meandery, I personally feel like it's still funny and enjoyable. So, I'm having an alright time. Otherwise, not a lot of manga or anime that particularly catch my eye. Unfortunately, I am so predictable in that I love slice of life rom-com shit. So things that are like big and broad and shonen-y, I'm more inclined to be like, I do not have the spoons to engage in that fully. It's one of those things where, like, if I had a friend I could watch them, like sit next to them and watch them with for hours at a time, maybe. But if it's just me, I wouldn't invest enough time into it. I often watch episodes of shows in the morning before I go to work. Oh, interesting. You know what? I think that's my problem. Too much of what I watch mindlessly is YouTube, and that is specifically because it is the most accessible, like, media on my phone. I have to get, you know, I have to start pulling up tabs of legally acquired anime and start watching those in lieu of random YouTube bullshit. XYB, what anime are you talking about? Did you mention the title at any point? Because you seem to like it a lot, which I love that for you. But also, like, what is it? Witch Hat Atelier! Oh, I've heard very, very good things about that. Very, very good things. There's also a few copies of it in my library. So I really should take a peek at it. Okay. It really hooks me. It seems really fun. Like, the art is really good. The creator is super, super progressive, which is so refreshing. Mind you, in an industry where the One Piece creator will avidly align himself with a real-life child predator, it is so refreshing. It reminds me of you somehow? Brush Buddy. Wait, let me look that up. Witch Hat Atelier Brush Buddy. Oh, it reminds me of like a Studio Ghibli critter. Or you know, a Moomin critter. They have the vibe of an immaculate thing. This is what they look like, by the way. Or this is their family. Look at that! Oh, yeah, they're really cute. A very well-designed character, I think. Look at that. Look at this. That's the stuff. Alright. Brush bug, a small animal covered in brush-like hair. It tends to be attracted to the smell of magic ink. Look at that! I love that. And it's wagging the tail! Oh my god! Nibby. Aww. And I love its little... For some reason, I'm very much a sucker for animal paws that are truly just like... They just go into like little itty bitty parts. Yeah, give your hand a rest, Shiori. That's a good idea. Alright, let's start coloring in this Mililani. And fortunately, because the mini sprite is done, I have everything sorted out already. When it comes to the layering of things, I actually have to separate the hair and make it a separate color layer so the eyes are covered by it, because that's how layers work. I'll put my lines in the Discord, yeah! For tax? Oh yeah, the Discord tax. Whatever work in progress you're working on, you put it in the server. That is definitely not something that has existed, but if you want to show off, there's no shame. For some reason, my birthday has me thinking of like, what should I do for it? Like, what kinds of conversation should I be having with myself? And for a really odd reason, I started treating it like it was New Year's. Like, do I have any resolutions for the year until I turn the next age? Like, I don't think that's how it usually works. I think you're supposed to be more like reflective of your life as a whole, and you know, the different ages. Do I have a favorite age that I've been? Honestly, being 26 was pretty nice because I moved out of my parents, I have a full-time job, I was finally able to get on my own, you know, my work insurance and settle all that because I put off actually setting up my dentist and doctor and all that. So I made sure to do that in this time. What else did I do? Oh yeah, I finally registered my car under Maryland, so that's a thing. I truly don't. This year is kind of, or at least this year, as in the year in which I was 26. For personal developments, it was just a lot of like establishing stability, which I think is really nice. It's its own reward. You drive XYB. Respectfully, I am living on the East Coast, a very metropolitan area. If I don't drive, I must take like the metro or the train, and that would be very rough for a job that I work every day. Yes, I do in fact drive. I don't know why I'm surprised you're American. Yeah. Being 27 was pretty cool. I also like being 25. Yeah. I feel like I have certain years that are kind of like highlights. Like once like landing the full-time job was definitely a recent highlight. You know. Actually, if I look back at my general post-college 20s, I can see some highlights. Like, you know, I was able to have some art jobs, as fleeting as they may have been. I was able to it may sound like I'm beating a dead horse, but it is crazy how much of Chromosynth's development is something that I use to define my own like accomplishments. And I mean this in a good way. I mean, like, it's such a passion project of mine that what I'm able to get done genuinely like makes me feel accomplished and happy. Like the fact that I was able to make my own website for it and figure out some coding shit that genuinely good lord, that was rough. I mean, it's not the hardest thing in the world in retrospect, but it was just one of those things where the execution of the website is a very specific kind of like fan wiki-esque format, and there is not a dedicated tutorial to get your website to look like a fan wiki. So I kind of had to shuffle things around and figure things out. Thank God I have a comp sci background. Otherwise, I would be truly fighting a losing battle. And also thank God I like coding, and I like the mathematical element of figuring out the code through trial and error. Unlike other things where trial and erroring it just make me frustrated and make me give up. Being 21 was also cool. Ages 17 to 20 would have been cool, but I was going through some stuff. I feel that. My first thought was my happiest years was when I was 19 and 21, but I really didn't know shit back then. Now I'm more knowledgeable, but that's kind of it. Yeah, like... See, the thing is, when I think of, like, 18 to 21, which is my college years, was I happier? I think, in a weird way, me being fully employed versus me being in school, like, me being fully employed is actually way more preferable to me being in school. Despite the structure of school and the environment of the campus allowing a lot of things to be provided for me. Yeah, I don't think the music is helping you, Royal, but if you're gonna fall asleep, then good night. Good night, Royal. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow for some Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. Of course, that VOD got edited very quickly because we did not take any breaks last time, which means that I didn't have to cut anything out. We were in there. We were enjoying it. Of course, this time around, if we ever need breaks, we can definitely do that. What's funny is that when I was over at my brother's place and we were talking about Ace Attorney, because I told them that I started Apollo Justice, and the Apollo Justice game is, I think, my brother's favorite. And because he loves Apollo, which is so interesting because, again, you guys know his general personality type, and Apollo's very much kind of a... He's very similar to a stereotypical kind of anime protag, but more so the kind who's more adamant and calls out bullshit rather than someone who blindly is optimistic. But yeah, I definitely see why he's a compelling character. I didn't finish college, so my college years were, I understand that. But yeah, when I think of my college years and I think of how I felt during them, I'm not gonna... Oh! Trev Mageddon! Thank you so much for rating! The ocean! The ocean! Everyone is going everywhere. There is no place to hide. I've always wanted to go to the London College of Fashion. Holy... XYB, honestly? Like... The stuff you have in your portfolio, I could see that. When it comes to fashion. Work. Anyway, hello Trev Raid, happy birthday, thank you! I forget that I made the title birthday, so now everyone will know that I'm begging for attention. Which is, well, if there's any day where I'm allowed to do that, it's gonna be today. So thank you, Trev McGinnon. I hope you had a good stream, whatever you were streaming. Whether it was art or a game or some sort. If you want to, if it was art and you posted it, feel free to share it in chat. We love to see other people's art. If not, regardless, thank you for the raid. I just barely draw my concepts for outfit ideas. Resident Evil, ooh, that's the one with Chris Redfield, Leon Kennedy, and Ada Wong. People who are very attractive, from what I've seen, of the internet. It's funny that watching other people, other YouTubers and Let's Players, is the only exposure I've had to those three specific names. Because they always come up in terms of, God, I want them so bad. So I guess they did a really good job. Loving the stream out. Thank you, Nanalia. Thank you so much. if you don't know, I am someone who, previous to this, I had kind of just like a very generic stream layout. And then when it came to, okay, when it comes to redesigning, what is something that I just personally really love? Even though it may be inconsistent with my, you know, appearance and what I do. And I love, like, aquatic nautical themes. And so I just chose things that when I see it, it personally just helps me feel calm and feel good. And so that's literally how all this came to be. Same with the water Pokemon down below, because I love water Pokemon. This game is full of hot people, we simp the whole time. I mean, I would assume that there are some residents who are evil as well. So I would hope you shot the gun and killed the bad guy as well. But that doesn't mean you can't, you know, admire some ass while you're there. I gotta get into the water! I gotta touch the sea! There's also something comforting to me specifically about the idea that I am in this scuba suit where my world is wholly contained in this abstract compartment where, like, you know, when we start stream, we start above water, and then when we begin, we're diving down, and we're down here. It's not very fancy, but it's something that I'm happy to have done, because if anything, it just makes me feel happy. Sorry, gotta raid and run, gotta do some self-care. Dude, absolutely. I frequently raid once I'm too tired to stream, and then I just leave. So, I totally get it. Thank you so much for raiding. Hope you have a good rest of your night. There's never too much water. Tell that to IGN. Ahahahaha. That's a classic joke. For those of you who don't know, they rated Pokemon the 3rd generation like a 7 out of 10 because there was too much water. Which I think has to be a cardinal sin, because what ruled about Gen 3 is that it's so tropical and watery. It's my favorite. I'm basically gonna copy the bead pattern that's on here. Whoa! Oh my goodness! XYB just gifted a sub to the community, and they gifted a sub to Lara! XYB! Thank you so much for gifting a sub! Wait, did you mean to do that? Hold on, did you mean to do that, XYB? Were you trying to sub yourself, or did you mean to gift a sub? Because I can refund it if it was accidental. You didn't actually. What did you mean to do? Oh, hello, Lara? But it's okay. Oh, I hope it's okay. It happens. Regardless, hello, welcome. If you have a subscription, you have access to very fun emotes that are Kirby related, as well as my characters. One of my favorites is Sangle Vibe, which is applicable anytime you hear cool music, like you're hearing right now. Hell yeah. Sometimes I feel like a boomer, especially for apps I don't use regularly. Aww. Well, XYB, in the future, please be careful where you press, because when you're on the subscription screen, you can either sub for yourself or gift a sub to someone else. There's generally a very clear distinction which one is which. You got a cool badge. You did get a badge because you're the #1 gift subber. You did that. Thank you. By the way, if you are new here, you have a little stream avatar below that is wandering. This includes Pokemon as well as just general aquatic sea creatures. And if you want to change it, you can hover over the stream and you will see a purple icon that says SA on it. And if you click that, you can edit. Oh my god! Laura gifted a tier 1 sub to XYB. Holy. Wait, what is that? I'm sorry. What is that? Is that a hype train? Bro, this is uncommon, man. Oh, well, thank you, Lara, for gifting a sub to XYB. That's very kind of you. Also, holy shit, a hype train. Aw, how fitting. How wonderful. Exchange, ... Exchange, ... Aw. Well, thank you, guys. That's very generous of y'all. Very tempted to undo the profits of this by gifting subs to people. So I guess keep an eye out for that. But yeah, hype train. How exciting. Oh, I'm listening to myself. Oopsies. Oops. Hold on. Oh, I did that! I clicked it! And it was, yeah, yay! Yay! Hype train! Hype train! Is it really a hype train if I am the creator and I contributed? Ah, whatever. People benefit. But yeah, look, everyone gets well, not everyone, but a lot of people get curry badges! Yay! Yay! Oh, Shiori, you got one! Lovely! Shiori is a very dedicated viewer, so I'm glad you were able to get one. Oh yeah, tune in for, like, a couple more of these. Yeah! We're so back! About to beat your last record. Now, what do you mean by that? Okay, well, I'm satisfied. What a nice way to celebrate the day. We're so back. Thank you, Sangle. You're welcome, Shiori. A lot of, like, the gift subs kind of go everywhere, but I'm glad at least one of them could go to someone who shows up very regularly to our streams. I am rewarding your dedication. Happy birthday to everyone. Dude, that's a good way of thinking about it. What is my birthday if not everyone's birthday? Because I am every woman and every man and everyone. Yes. Oh, this is making me think of the old... sometimes there's a specific playlist I play regularly, but it's the old 90s, like, academic core music. I think it's the instrumentals. I'm gonna have another peep to reward myself. Honestly, these might be the best peeps I've ever had, because regular peeps, for some reason, I hype them up as like, wow, this is gonna be great, but then they just taste like a marshmallow covered in sugar, which is kind of bland. But the strawberry Pop-Tart peeps kind of go hard. I think it's because there's a pastry element to the flavor, which makes it feel a little more filling than regular just marshmallow. Could you guys imagine if I did one of those like YouTube gimmick things where on stream I eat like 25 flavors of chips or something? Would you come watch that? Do I have an entertaining enough personality to pull that off? That would be questionable. Absolutely. Oh man. Too bad Twitch isn't my full-time job, because then I could absolutely put that under work-related finances. Jangled mukbang? I mean, I'm not comfortable chewing into the microphone exactly, because I feel like there's a certain skill aspect to mukbangs, and I would look like an amateur if I tried. It would just be an eating and a taste testing. Kind of like how Germa does it every now and then. I believe so. Yes, next question. How much money does everyone have in their bank account? You know what's something that I don't understand even now? Like, there are people who have multiple bank accounts. So they have like, so this is for my retirement, and this is for like, you know, rent, and this is for spending, and this is for, you know, like, their bank accounts are like compartmentalized. For some reason, like, I don't get it. I think it's good for your credit, maybe? However that works. Whoa! Oh, that's the hype chest. Hype train complete, level 3. Oh, I got the love, love, love emote and the conductor badge. What's the love, love, love emote? I want to see. I see it. It's this one. I love, love, love you all. Love, love, love. Is that how it's pronounced? Yes, it's not mukbang. I believe it's a... From what I can... Probably... Mukbang? Probably? Which would be like mukbang. But it's not like bang, it's like how you say bread in Korean is bang. So there's a soft B sound. What does mukbang even mean? I don't know, man. I'm sure it's a Korean word for food eating entertainment. Or something similarly on the nose. But does it mean eating room? Oh, you know what? That makes sense because bang means room. But the thing is, I'm so used to Korean in the context of just like what is said around me, and so if no one uses the word around me, I just won't know it exists. So yeah, in no cases was like muk ever used as a synonym for food. So I would never know. I thought it was your language though, XYB. I'm fluent in my language, but I can't write in it, and I don't know the new slang. Yeah, considering that, XYB, I would think twice before saying that something is someone's language. It's okay. It's okay. It's not the end of the world, but... there's a more delicate way you can phrase that. I know what you mean. Believe me, I know what you mean. But you can just ask like, "Oh, I thought you were fluent in it," and that's fine. It's all good. Yeah, my Korean writing is definitely not great. And my Korean reading, holy, is definitely not great. And it's one of those like immigrant things where you're most fluent in what you hear rather than what you actively do because you hear the language more than you are put on the spot to perform it. I mean, man, the way I read Korean is so slow. It's definitely something I've been meaning to work on, but I've never sat down and made the effort to really study it. I should though. It's one of those languages where I can read every word no matter what, but just the speed at which I read it is just really slow. I'm bored. I'm gonna communicate in Sangled emotes exclusively for the next hour. Girl, I'm bored. Let's communicate with emotes. As a Chinese Canadian, it is my curse to be able to order at a restaurant in China only if there's pictures. No! Oh, I get it. I get it, because now why the hell am I a whole ass Korean person with Korean parents? But if I, God forbid, I go to Korea and someone looks at me and assumes that I can speak the language perfectly, meanwhile, I can speak with the finesse of a second grader. Like, my vocabulary is so, like, limited based off of, like, the relative language that I grew up with. And it's also really funny because of those limitations, because there was, like, a Korean word that's like, heish, which, based on my intonation, you can assume is basically equivalent to, like, damn it. But my parents would say it, and so I didn't think it was a particularly bad word, so I would just copy it based on instinct. But then, like, there's an extension of that where it's like, "Ai shibar," where shibar means like shit. So, like, one time I said it in front of my parents, I'm saying, like, what does that mean? And they're like, no, don't say that. Mind you, I was a full-ass teenager at this point. So, like, I'm learning swear words, like, the hard way on the internet. I'm doing my gacha dailies. Good for you, Shiori. Let's do dailies with streamer. Hey, if you need someone to, like, tell you, I'm not pointing you out, Shiori, in particular, but it reminded me. If you need someone to, like, remind you, you don't need to spend money on that gacha game. You don't have to give that company who is preying on people who are avid gamblers, you don't have to give them money. You can actually really live without it. It's actually better for you in the long term. Listen, I'm not telling anyone what to do, but sometimes you need to have someone just tell you straight up, don't spend money on that gacha game. And, you know, if you need that person to be me, I will be that person. I only spent $1.59. How do you spend only $1.59 on a gacha game? Aren't, like, the smallest transactions are like $1? And then they go like, yeah, that's a very specific amount that you spent, XYB. I'm impressed. That's why I do dailies and save up and only pull from my Oshis. Yes. Yes, you know how it is, Shiori. I'm very proud of you. It was some for profile decor. Aw. XYB, I feel like I can guess who your favorite Genshin, or at least who some of your favorite Genshin characters would be. Is Scaramouche one of them? I feel like he fits the criteria. And I say that because he also fits my criteria. And we overlap in certain ways. It was Scaramouche. Man, listen. See, that's the double-edged sword of having similar tastes, in that I'm taking both of us out. There's no save. I've told you before, if you did, I forgot. Genuinely. XYB, I've forgotten. Okay, so I'm going to take basically this part of the hair. Copy. Paste. And that part, I just put it on top, so now it's covering up the eyes. Liney. Oh, you know what? Liney does fit that criteria. Yeah, he's like a kind of a littler type, and he's kind of smug looking. Yeah, smug and playful. That's the stuff. I like some Genshin characters, but I don't play. I feel like Genshin is one of those things where it's kind of like Overwatch, where there are some characters who are just compelling enough that you don't have to play to have some kind of personal investment in them. Also, like Overwatch, there is a definite sense of immorality to the game itself. Funny how that works. Safi, I love you. However, this playlist is getting very slow, so I may adjust it. Tipsy Cat! Everyone get tipsy! I like Thomas because him and I share a birthday. I also like the characteristics with white hair. I see. Thank you for your understanding, Safi. That was a good album, though. Like, it's something I would listen to, too, if I was, like, basically falling asleep. I listen to many things when I fall asleep. Mostly, like, SpongeBob music to fall asleep to. Because a lot of SpongeBob music is, like, soft Hawaiian music with, like, aquatic ambiance, and it's right up my alley. Oh wait, isn't Thomas like ginger? Or like blonde? I don't think he has white hair. I mean, don't get me wrong, Shiori. I get the bias with characters with white hair. Honestly, I feel like anime definitely has the chokehold when it comes to white or silver-haired characters who are like special because they look like that. There really is no other genre that does it like them. I almost share a birthday with Scaramouche. Interesting. Oh, you like Toma because we share a birthday, and separately, I like characters with white hair. I see. I see Shuri. I think there was one Genshin Impact character I really liked. Is like it's the Oni one, Arataki Ito, and I liked him because there are some people who drew him jacked as fuck, and I love that. But in the game, he's like just slightly muscular, which is always a damn shame. Because he is hot. Like usually, when it comes to male characters, my personal taste skews to pretty boys. I don't like it when men are too rough and masculine, in my opinion, because it kind of scares me a little bit, and I don't know. I like them pretty and put together because I want them to be better than me. but sometimes the rough boys who are put together in a rough way, I can respect. Also, he's voiced by Max Mittelman, I believe, aka Ryuji, aka Filbo, aka Jean. What is his name? Jean-Lu from Date Everything. That's what his name is. All of his classic roles. Bugsnax is one of those games where like I will watch someone play it every now and then because it's a comfort game. I want there to be a gacha game with historically and culturally accurate outfits. Dude, I feel like... You know what's weird? Like, that request of I want to see a bunch of characters with, like, ethnically, like, relatively respectful stuff. Bestie, I hate to break it to you, I think the best you're gonna get is, like, a fighting game. Because I think they generally do more multicultural respect than gacha games. And I know, usually fighting games feature not anime twinks, but the biggest, buffest bears you've ever seen. Which may kill the average, person. But, you know. We may have to expand beyond our horizons in order to get the food we crave. They don't have a pretty Victorian blonde in them! I know. I don't want them to be jacked. I know. You want them skinny as a twig. I know. XYB, believe me, I know. Like, sometimes I like some meat on my men, but also, most of the time, they're very traditionally anime, like, bishy. I understand. To be fair, I feel like, obviously, you know, it's your taste or whatever, but I was also, growing up, I was also the kind of person who, I didn't like men with facial hair at all. Like, any facial hair or, like, overtly muscular or anything that was too, like, you know, too masculine, I was like, ugh, I'm not about that. I've grown a bit beyond it. Like, I've reached an age where now men in that age range is not such a disgusting concept to me. So maybe that'll happen to you, XYB. But regardless, you have to at least, like, respect designs that look like that. Because I definitely have my own limitations when it comes to depicting big, fat, hairy men. There is an overabundance of twinkish men in Chromasin, and not very many bears, and that is definitely a moral and personal failing on my part. I see white hair and I'm like, oh, grabs. Okay, I love big fat hairy men sometimes. XYB, genuinely, like, give me an example of someone who is like that and that you find attractive, because I am so curious, because your criteria is, again, very specific, and I don't know. I believe you, but I would like to see an example. Okay, XYB, I will reiterate, we are talking about attractiveness. Like, you know, like, yes, I also love big, hairy, fat men in terms of like, oh, like, you seem like a good friend, but we are specifically talking about our type here. Also, it's really hard to gloss over that answer, XYB. I can't believe you said Santa Claus. Actually, the Santa Claus in the Klaus movie, could get it a little bit. Also, the Santa Claus in the Rise of the Guardians also could get it. Again, a bit too old for my taste. I am not a gilf lover by any means. I in fact think that there is a point where there is such thing as too old for me personally. I understand other people are different. Live your life. I don't experience any attraction. I just like looking at pretty boys. Honestly, speak your shit, Shiori. I love living in a fantasy world where men regularly look like what they do in anime. God, if only. If only, bro. Because I feel like, listen, I feel like I'm biased, but you'll find pretty women everywhere. And anime pretty women are definitely an idealized version, but you will find a pretty woman, you know, you can find them pretty easily. They're pretty good at it. Like a pretty man, though, you know, anime style, that is a goddamn dime a dozen, bro. Why do men have to be focused on being jacked and, you know, pump themselves up when all they need to do is put on a long-haired wig? Are they stupid or something? Zon from Dungeon Meshi. He's an orc. You like monster guys. Oh, XYP, that's fun. I will look him up. Oh, okay. Oh my goodness, it helps that he is shirtless and also very soft looking. I think that helps because when it comes to like a fighting game character, for example, who is shirtless, there's a sense of like there's a lot of skin, there's a lot of stuff, but because he's furry, it almost makes him more approachable despite the bulk and the demeanor. Aww. But yeah, I get it. I get it. It's not just Santa Claus. No one said it was XYB. I understand. You know what's really embarrassing? Before I thought of the movie where that hot Santa Claus came from, the Rise of the Guardians, my first thought was Rise of the Brave Tangled Dragons. As if that's not the crossover fandom thing and not the original movie. Does anyone else get like that? Like, this is I remember this being a meme where it's like, people outside the Voltron fandom, when they think of either Keith or Lance, they just think the character's name is Clance. Like, I fully had a moment like that just now. But I will also be like that. I will not be able to finish this Mililani tonight because, just from estimations of things that are possible. But you're getting to a good point. I'm happy. I just like looking from afar. I only figured out recently that I'm mostly likely airways. Oh, congratulations, Shiori, for figuring that out. It's always lovely to realize parts of yourself that make living and being yourself make more sense. So I'm happy for you, Shiori. I'll look, but I'm not necessarily attracted, just like aesthetically, if that makes sense. No, absolutely. Absolutely, I understand. like for me personally, there's a certain, it may seem like I am attracted to every person in the world, but there are certain people that I am not literally attracted to, but I can look at them and be like, oh, they're so beautiful, you know? I can feel that way and not feel like, feel that kind of crush nervousness of like, oh my gosh, you know? Like, for example, when it comes to women in particular, I'm not particularly attracted to, like, really, really feminine women. Usually, my attraction to women are more masculine. But when I see a really feminine woman, usually I'm like, damn, she is gorgeous, you know? And that's kind of the extent of it. With men, I'm a little more, I mean, I don't really see a gorgeous man on the regular, so yeah, that's their own fault. But, I feel like there are definitely men where I'm like, alright, you do you, buddy. My type is fictional and unattainable. No, I get that. I think that's definitely a reoccurring thing for not only Aro Ace, but in general, when people express a lack of attraction to specific kinds of people. Like, for example, I think there are some experiences of like lesbians having quote-unquote crushes on celebrity men. The idea there is that the attraction comes from the fact that it is unattainable, therefore there's a kind of like safety in feeling that way, as opposed to like a real life person in which you run the risk. I know it's not literally a risk, but like, the possibility is more real, and therefore you have to think more about it and consider it. I went to 2 museums yesterday, and I felt as if I felt more attracted to the boys in the Victorian paintings than normal IRL guys. I mean, XYB, people being more attractive in art more than real life is definitely a very human thing to feel. That is literally something we are discussing right now. But I hope you had a good time at the museum. Honestly, going to museums and looking at old art is some of the most grounding experiences, in my opinion. I love going to like historical museums and looking at old paintings, because 1, it's beautiful and skilled, and 2, I look at it and go, how the fuck did they do that? It's a mystery. What do you mean by grounding? I think when you look at something that is older than you and that comes from a time that you yourself just truly cannot grasp because it was so long ago, it grounds me in that it reminds me that the world isn't just me and my perspective. I am just one person in the grand scheme of things, of like history and all that. You know? They were really cooking back then when they had people just to, write poems or draw portraits, and that for like the royal king, and that was their only job. I mean, I guess we sort of still have that, but in very, very limited quantities. How the heck does it look like a picture but so much more beautiful? Exactly! That's because art is reality interpreted through human eyes, and therefore humans can put in the work to make it look more beautiful. I mean, not that, beauty is a subjective thing, but in a painting rather than in a picture, you can emphasize and ignore certain aspects that allow certain beauty to shine. You know? I think I need to put more focus on the eyes, because the eyelids are actually like too thin. I have to give him more. Historical painters who you're seeing in museum are guys who had months or years to complete one painting. Thinking about how paintings are a window into such a different world, both in the content and context, is so interesting to me. Yes! Laura, oh my gosh, so much of my film degree is looking at film as both its own, like, what is it trying to say as a piece of art, but also in the context of where it came from, when it came from, and using that to observe the broader societal context it was from. That's like so much of what we learned in film classes. I'm a historian, so I love talking about this stuff. Okay, historian. Okay. There is something always fascinating to me about looking at art through the lens of, you know, critiquing and observing what, you know, the author intent and execution, and also the influences of the environment that it came from. Like, how do you know that this artistic decision wasn't just the creator had a specific vision, or was it the product of a broader, like, societal issue or trend at the time? Honestly, that's the best way I learned about history, is its connection to the art people made during the time. You can tell I'm not a particular history buff. It's only in relation to art that I get invested. Everything is part of a bigger context. You are part of a bigger context. I am a part of a bigger context. Yeah! As a matter of fact, everything you make creatively is going to be some reflection of not just you, but also the broader environment that you grew up in. And that's why it pisses me off when people say, oh yeah, not all art has to be political. Oh yeah? Well, then why is this meaningless slop that you made? Why is this still like a reflection of the medium, the audience, the you as a person, you know, like your views? Shut up. Don't piss me off. The history they teach in schools isn't that representative of a history as discipline, of course. Politics is about how you move through the world more than it is solitary voting decisions. Exactly! Like, listen, there is definitely a time and place when it comes to thinking about things critically. Absolutely, yes, there is a point where, you know, it is nice to be able to just enjoy something without having to put on your critical thinking cap and be like, now, like, you have to get something out of it. That's true. But also, like, you should engage at least a little bit. Like, it's good for your brain, and it's also just good for appreciating the art as a whole. I feel more inspired to learn about something or something of their era if they were cute. Honestly, XYB, that may sound superficial, but considering your age, if there's anything that is motivating you to learn about something, just take it and grab it by the horns. Like, when I was your age, I was into Hetalia, and that was purely history because it's cute guys. So, you know, we all find our reasons. Good lord. I never thought about the cuteness of historical actors. I feel like if your background is, you know, anime and media where the appearance of characters directly correlate to the amount of investment you're willing to put into them, I think it makes sense that that may influence how you look at real things. For all of Hitalia's flaws, I appreciate it gets young people into history. I appreciate that too. Like, listen, Hetalia is one of those things where I look at fucking Himaruya, and if I met him in real life, I'd be like, do you ever think about how you, a Japanese man, are portraying some of these things? And I'm not calling him like a Japanese imperialist, but some reflection would be nice, is all I'm saying. But yeah. But it's definitely one of those things where it's a good entry-level piece of media for anyone who just has truly no interest but like loves anime and cute guys and all that. For learning like the actual intricacies, oh hell no. I can't really think of another example where it's a good entry-level thing, but the actual media itself as a representation of that history is just like a big no-no. Maybe Hamilton. I don't know. Hamilton is one of those things where it definitely there's good reasons why people like it, because like production-wise, music-wise, it's cool. But if you think like a little bit about it, it's like, hey, wait a minute. You know? Maybe Hamilton is the American Hetalia when you really think about it. I never expected to draw saints from the Bible. XYB, biblical figures have always been the subject of art from the Bible fandom. You are merely one of many. Do not be ashamed. Anime probably gets kids into sports. Oh, that's true. I mean, you know, stuff like Legally Blonde and Apollo, like Ace Attorney, definitely played a part in at least some people getting into law as well. It helps that if you're getting a law degree because someone you're in love with went to a prestigious law school, so you're chasing after them. This applies to both Elle Woods and Phoenix Wright, as we all know. When Haikyuu spiked in popularity, more teens actually took up volleyball in Japan. Yeah! See, that's the kind of stuff that like makes me happy, because, you know, from what I've heard, it's a good series, you know, but even if it was like not very good, like it's doing kind of a net good by encouraging people to look into a sport. I'm sure with Yuri on Ice, maybe, you know, it's kind of harder to get a foothold on there, but at the very least, it's giving more attention to a sport that I would say is often overlooked. You know? I don't know. I can always admire art that is, for many people, an introduction to something that they would have otherwise not pursued on their own accord. I hope I am like that, but for colors. I hope I am the Michael Jordan of colors to you, and it will inspire you to do your own research on colors. Let this be my legacy. You are kind of the Michael Jordan of colors. Oh, shut up! I am not. That's very, very kind of you to say. Though, I'm not gonna lie, like, I'm not particularly big. Like, people know me and are familiar with me, but I would not say that on the internet I have a particularly, like, known presence. Is there anyone online who is, like, cause there are people who make up casts of characters based off of colors. Like, this is not a novel idea. But is there anyone online who has, like, really gone into the weeds of, like, you know, actually getting people into learning about different colors and shades and theory and whatnot? Because if there's no one else that has done this, I'm willing to take up that mantle. But if someone has, then I'm throwing my hat in the ring, or I'm throwing my hat out of the ring. There's so much art I see floating around that I see again. I'm like, that was Sangled. Aww. Aww. Yeah, I guess I did make a lot of fandom arts. Yeah. I hope people... You know, there's some fandom art that when you look back, you're like, this epitomizes, like, a cringy era. But I hope when people see my art, they think, this is art that is nice to look at and cool. That is my goal. Sangled musical past. You make it sound like it is my cursed backstory, which you are not wholly wrong, but I actually did make a post on YouTube today because I drew my birthday art and updated my profile picture. So my loving YouTube subscribers who have heard nary a word from me for many a year have gotten a post saying, hey, it's my birthday, thank you guys for sticking around. And usually whenever I post something, I actually lose subscribers because more often than not, people forget that they're subscribed to me, and when I post anything that isn't like Heather's the Musical, they unsubscribe. So I wouldn't be surprised if it led to that, but that's all good. Sangled Pit Crew past. My legacy. Was that during COVID? Actually, Pit Crew was 2019, so it was pre-COVID. Streaming started at the advent of COVID because I was stuck inside and I resorted to streaming because I felt that I needed an outlet to talk to people and do things. That's actually crazy to think about. The idea that because I started at such a specific time when it comes to streaming, like, it is unavoidable that I started streaming, what is it, 2021? Or was it 2020? When did COVID begin? Was it 2020? For some reason, I keep thinking COVID started 2021, but no, COVID was 2020, I think. Yeah, I think it was 2020, because it was my junior year of college, and I graduated 2021. Do you ever regret streaming? I am someone with many regrets because my brain can't help but look at past actions and feel a sense of shame and guilt at certain actions. But I would say streaming is one of those things where I am very glad that I started, and I'm glad that I still do it. If there is ever a regret that I have when it comes to streaming, is that I regret that there was a period after the first year in which I very much just neglected it, and I had a little server that had a lot of people and a lot of friendly faces, and it sort of fell by the wayside. And this current Sangang server is actually the second one, and sometimes I feel like I failed those people, but it's not that big of a deal. Otherwise, I do not regret streaming, because for the most part, streaming helped me with my speaking skills as well as my self-esteem. I don't have the best of either, but being able to stream, aka being able to focus on doing an action while having a back and forth with, you know, a brick wall essentially, but still, it helps me being able to articulate things, especially during lockdown, where the less I talked to people, the more my speech actively deteriorated. So it helped a lot that I was streaming. I think when I first started streaming, I must have said so many ums and likes and stutters, and of course I still do that now, but there's still a sense of there's a sense of development I feel that I've come from since then, in which I have to remind myself to slow down and not say everything as quickly as I can think of it, because being able to articulate it meaningfully is more important than saying as much as I can. A lesson I'm still learning, mind you. It's almost midnight. Time flies. It sure does. I am pooped. I don't know about you guys. Oh my lord. I think the most I'm gonna do at the end of the stream is just maybe shade and color a little bit. But otherwise, I am done. Also, this background being basically the same shade of off-white as Milania's outfit is not helping. Yeah, I guess if it helps, making the background, like gray, maybe that's better for visual clarity. I'm looking at the ChromaSynth website, someone's page doesn't work. There are some pages that are linked that don't work because those character pages have not been published yet. Those are specifically for characters, I believe, but other than that, other pages should work. If there's an issue, please let me know. And yes, Sappy. I mean, there was a point where I would remove the link to them so you wouldn't get the error page, but after a while, it's hard to keep track of all the ones that don't have links yet, so I just said, fuck it. We're going to make them be broken until stated otherwise. You know, speaking of, I know I talked about Jax and Digital Circus stuff earlier, and if I may allow myself to be a little vulnerable on here, Mililani is actually someone who takes a little bit of inspiration from Jax. At the very least, the more I saw of him, the more I was like, oh, he reminds me of Millie. Even though, like, when you think of Millie, he's very much a performer and an attention seeker more than anyone, but when it comes to his general, like, demeanor around other people, it's very similar to Jax in that he is kind of a shit stirrer for no reason if not simply to see what happens. Oh, I should probably color in the palms of his hands. You know what? I don't have a special secret color for that. I'm just gonna make one up. I dislike Jax because he's scary. You are my playthings, and I get joy from watching you suffer. I'm sorry that that thing scares you. Know that once you reach a certain age, perhaps 16, he will not be scary. He will just be some guy. I've known a lot of Jaxes in my life. That's a shame. I actually don't know too many Jaxes, probably because the guys I've hung around are typically like obnoxious nerds, less so obnoxious guys like him. What do you mean you're making a sangled edit, XYB? What does that mean? What in the world could that mean? I wouldn't want to meet anyone like him IRL. Yeah. See, kind of like how Shiori said that their attraction is purely fictional. My preference when it comes to like fictional characters I enjoy and are attracted to very much extend to that. Like, I love characters who in real life would be a walking red flag. It's an edit of Sangled. I mean, you'd think that'd clear things up, but as a matter of fact, you know what? Fine. I hope that edit goes well. I hope you make me look nice. He scares me because of that. He's like a staple of an abusive person. Yeah, that makes sense. See, like, I kind of get why people dislike him because sometimes his antagonism just veers into cruelty. That's the thing with a lot of characters who are similar to him. Like, I can think of some Homestuck characters, for example, who are so antagonistic to the point that, like, they've actually done horrible shit. But to a certain extent, they are sympathetic, but their behavior, if you have experience with abusers, can be eerily reminiscent of that, and therefore can take you out of the, you know, enjoyment of the character in the story, which I understand. I guess in some ways I'm privileged to have not experienced that, because I see a character who is like that, and I don't know. But yeah. His antics are one note and get old quickly, especially because he's the only one who acts that way. We are not the same. Yeah, that is definitely the thing. Like, it's one thing to have a character who antagonizes people and says, "What? It's funny." It's another thing to have a character who is doing basically the exact same thing every time, and then the cause and effect is always the same. And, like, yeah. It's one thing that I try not to do with Mililani when I'm writing him, is that, yes, he's the kind of person to, like, tease and pry and poke at people's, you know, sensitive areas, but there's a point in which character behavior becomes predictable that it veers onto repetitive. So you definitely want to avoid that. Because yes, it is important that characters are consistent and that their actions make sense as to their established personalities, but you don't want to make it so that they're so consistent that they're predictable, that they're boring. I feel like that's a trap that sometimes people can fall into, creators can fall into, when they're portraying characters. Because the issue isn't necessarily that they're, you know, they're still the same person. It's the fact that, you know, okay, you're gonna portray the same thing that they're doing. Is there gonna be a different outcome? Or at least, is the outcome gonna be a little, like, funny and entertaining? No? Then we're just... This has no use being here because it's just filler. You're just... Essentially, you're telling us what we already know. So... That time and space is more valuable actually telling us something new. like when I have a Mililani, you know, give an insult or some kind of like double-handed line, at the very least I tried really hard and to make sure that the mean things he say, or at least like they have some thought as to what he's saying. It's not just like, oh honey, or you know, you're stupid. You know, there's a little more than that. There's a kind of like, I would hope that there's a kind of wittiness to it that shows, okay, you know, maybe he's still acting the same way, but at least you can be entertained by what he's saying. I've noticed a lot of people in my past thought that because I'm non-confrontational, they can toy around with me and try to get a rise. It sucks in high school, but when you're a grown adult doing it, it just becomes sad. Oh, that's a shame, underscore. I'm sorry to hear about that. Yeah, my least favorite kind of thing is people basically that kind of like trying to get a rise out of you, because it sucks, especially in social settings. I've seen this more so than experienced it, where someone is in a group and they're kind of ragging on the one person, but they're doing it so that they're performing in front of others. So they kind of inadvertently turned you into a puppet, so they look funnier and better in front of that group. Like, that sucks to see, you know? Because there's a whole group social dynamic in which if you cause a fuss, then you're seen as the disturber, the person who's like, oh, well, you know, I was just having fun, I was just playing around. Like, that's the shit that sucks, genuinely. And I would hope that when people are out of high school, they wouldn't be that obnoxious. But I'm sorry to hear that, underscore. Genuinely, I have turned into the kind of person who is confrontational because I have grown very impatient with people who go by, like, I would say assumptions and unsaid things, because there's something about, like, it's partly about working in a library or like in a workplace in general that's very like service based. There's a lot of workplace politics where people, like, you know, talk shit about each other around each other's backs, but never actually confront a person, and there's never a sense of honesty. And in some cases I understand that because it's awkward to bring up, but on the other hand, like, this is partly me as well as a person. Again, I'm an overthinker. I either just ignore all cues for my peace of mind, or I think too much about them for the unpeace of mind. So the way I've coped with that growing up is, okay, rather than assuming everyone hates me, how about I will act when I see a clear signal. Otherwise, I will assume it is fine. And unfortunately, I have interacted with people who just don't like confrontation, which is fine if you don't like confrontation. But if we are in a situation where, like, I am asking you, please communicate with me whenever you need something, or I'm doing something wrong, because otherwise I can't just read your cues. Like, we are both adults, we can communicate. And like, that's a slightly separate thing from your thing, underscore. But yeah, I've turned into a very blunt person, to say the least. And so whenever it's come to the point where, like, when I interact with people and I can tell that they want something from me that is not professional, I immediately just, like, all veneer of politeness and joy is gone, and I'm going like, how can I help you? It's just like stone-faced. Like, when I was in my first year or so, I was very much like a chipper, like, oh, like, okay, I'll try my best. Now, it's just like, the more you allow them to get away with the benefit of the doubt, of the idea that, like, oh, just because I'm helping you and seeming friendly means that you're your approaches are warranted, like, no, I will absolutely just give them the most neutral stink eye that you can imagine. And it sucks because I know there are particularly women in the workplace who are very friendly and happy, and they get approached by people who are overstepping, and they aren't as direct as me, and so they're kindly letting them down. But for some people and men, they take that vagueness and they run with it and assume what they want to assume. And if someone wants me to be that friend who will just confront someone on their bullshit because I have no personal investment in that, like, let me. Good lord. I get a bit irked when people tell me something I obviously know, but that's preferable to them getting mad at me for not being a mind reader. Yeah, that's definitely, that's something that I feel like that's the crux of your 20s, is understanding that you can't expect people to be a mind reader, and also people shouldn't expect you to be a mind reader. Communication is just so important, and holding on to things and letting them fester into grudges is like the best way to just destroy something from the inside. And yeah, so that's why, you know, there have been moments where actually, let me think. There have been, okay, this is like a very, very minor example, but there was a stream in which, like, at one point, Royal, like, was eating something, and it was, like, really obvious they were eating something. Like, there was, like, rapper sounds that, like, interrupted the dialogue. And I didn't say anything in the moment because, like, I was too locked in. But as I was editing, I was like, I don't know, like, should I confront, as in, like, just talk to them about that? Like, because I don't like coming off as in, like, it's my stream, so I control all that. But because we are both reasonable adults, I will assume that they will take that in mind. And so I messaged them and said, hey, you know, I was editing this, and in this part of the episode, like, you know, did you, like, forget to mute your mic? Like, it's all good if you did, but I just wasn't sure. And they clarified that, oh, I thought I was muted when I, you know, took that wrapper and ate from it. So, like, that's my bad. Which is totally fine. It's good to clear that up. Like, if I were to take the most negative interpretation, I would have been like, man, they purposefully, they didn't do it, and oh man, it's ruining my stream, and, like, again, just unreasonable, and doing all that. But luckily, because I knew it was a mistake, and, you know, and we were able to clear that up, that because we both agree that, like, you know, like when we stream, we should minimize the noises, and if we can't, absolutely, if it's not in your power, it's not your fault. But it's one of those things where confronting someone on that is hard, because it's kind of like a critique, but it's hard to critique a friend without it coming off as, like, I am trying to fix you, or I am better than you. And I truly hope that when I, you know, approach my friends and communicate in that way, that I don't come off that way. But yeah, honestly, underscore what you're saying about the mind reader thing, I feel like a lot of traditional heterosexual dynamics fundamentally are that. Because the fuck do you mean, like, women are confusing because men want to be basically spoon-fed what they have to do, meanwhile women prefer that the man understand context clues. And I think either side is fair, but the point of a relationship is being able to come to an understanding. So, like, y'all gotta figure that out and not just blame it on gender. Are you stupid? Like, yes, in an ideal world, people would understand what I want and where I'm coming from without me explicitly putting myself on the spot and saying, hey, can you understand where I'm coming from and give me what I want? But in the world that we live in, generally most people are too focused on themselves to really have a lot of like spatial awareness, and that's just kind of the reality of being human. So we just need to communicate with each other and let our feelings and thoughts be known. That's the best we can do. It is 12:11. I am just gonna shade this melee, and I think I will be done for the day. Oh my god, every time it's crazy Tomodachi Life is coming out soon, because if it wasn't, I definitely would have been spending more time just like thinking about aging and all that, but because Tomodachi Life is coming out soon, I'm like, oh, how the time flies. Yo, next week is Tomodachi Life. Like, it's the same train of thought every time. Whenever I'm like reflecting on the future, I'm like, well, you know what's in my immediate future? That sick-ass game that I'm gonna play. You know what the fuck is up, dude? Yeah. It's also the mind reader thing also, I feel like, strikes true to a lot of online relationships that I've seen. Like, there's a lot of posts I've seen of, like, it's one thing to make a call-out post for someone who is legitimately a dangerous individual or like a very shitty individual, but sometimes I've seen people make posts of those who are otherwise neither of those, and maybe they're just not the particularly good friends, but the call-out post maybe could have been circumvented if the person who made it, you know, actually DM'd them and said, hey, I feel like you are this way, can we talk about this? But instead they let their grievances boil up inside them, and they started collecting receipts, and then, you know, decided posting about it was the correct outcome. I feel like a good number of like call-out posts are, you know, for genuine pieces of shit though, which I think is good to know, because, you know, you can argue that, oh, a call-out post for someone who cheated, well, that's not like, it's not like they're like a danger to people, like it's not on level of like a predator. Yeah, on some level I agree, they are not an active danger to people like a, you know, like a predator or groomer, but at the same time, like, if you're an online figure who is explicitly marketing yourself as this cool, approachable guy, and then there is something that is revealed that sort of taints that image, I feel, and that is purely of your own, you know, making, it is your fault, I don't feel too bad for the guy, I'm not gonna lie. Like, yes, cheating is not... For me, cheating is very much like, ugh, gross. But it isn't like the most reprehensible sin. So, you know. One thing I remember to stay sane, the vast majority of relationships never get past the stage of making call-out posts, so we only see the instances where the drama gets escalated. Yeah. Yeah, it is one of those things where, like, what is it, there's some kind of theorem or rule where, like the one where they were working on the plane and they kept on fixing the areas where it was most shot down, but in reality, the areas, the planes that came back with those holes in those areas was actually a success, because if they were shot in other areas, they crashed and never came back. It's like one of those things where the only ones you see are actually kind of evidence themselves of an outlier. They implicitly demand attention. I don't know. There's a fancier way to word that. I think people don't give enough grace, go give others grace nowadays. I kind of get it because the internet has allowed evil people to be really evil. Survivor's bias. I guess that's a good way to put it. Mistakes aren't the end of the world. I think that there's definitely a level to that I agree, Lara, in that there should be room for accountability, but there definitely is a kind of attitude that you see online where people, when it comes to calling out others, there's a kind of satisfaction they get from ruining someone's life, and that's where their goals are, rather than the actual concern of, like, this person did bad things which put people at risk. It's more so this person did this bad thing, so now I'm justified to dislike them. Like that stuff just, yeah, that doesn't feel great to me. Like, I know people make those memes as like when the micro celebrity does something problematic, so now I have an excuse to dislike them. Like, guys, you can just dislike things. Everything doesn't have to be a moral argument. Something doesn't have to be problematic in order for you to justify your dislike of it. You can just not like it. It is, like, that specific mentality is something I'm so sick of. Because not everything that you enjoy has to be some kind of reflection of your moral character. Like, trust me, when it comes to the fucking pro and anti-ship thing, my stance is very clear. But, like, saying that, you know, I like things that make me a good person, and the things that I don't like, well, the reasons I have for not liking it is because, you know, a bad person would like it for this. Like, that's a whole other discourse. But basically what I'm trying to say is there's a level to which you shouldn't moralize your own preferences, because who the fuck cares? Mm-hmm. People care more about the gotcha moment to make them feel superior to others. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Like, I said this before, but Twitter especially is very much an exhibition of this mentality of where the quote retweet own, where it's like you're more focused on owning someone and gaining some kind of invisible social capital of owning them, rather than actually making a salient point or, you know, doing something good for another person. Again, there's nuance to this, but I feel like you can understand what I mean. Like, do you know how many times I will see someone say something that's like, I feel that, you know, this character is this, and I'm like, you know what? I can see where you're coming from. I can see the circumstances in which you would think that. And then someone quote retweets being like, actually, this character was made to be this. People will complain about anything. That character, actually, them being like that is the whole point. Yeah, dumbass. Even if it's the whole point, someone can still have a problem with it if it's not executed well. Oh my god, why do we always have to interpret things in the way in which you have a quippy response to it because you're so much smarter than this person? And also this person represents everyone you disagree with, and now we have to make a comment about how fans are media illiterate or whatever the fuck. Ugh, just don't piss me off. Oh my god. There was a digital post, Amazing Digital Circus post like that, where someone said, like, I feel like Ragatha gets beat up too much in the show, and it makes me feel bad. And my personal response to that is, yeah, I could totally see how someone would see her treatment in the show and think they went too far. But then people were like, she's a ragdoll, so the whole point of her character is that she gets beat around. So, fans, they just want everything to be what they want. They don't understand the creator's intentions. I'm like, you don't understand the poster's intentions! What the fuck? You don't know anything! Why are you always assuming something that will make your opinion right? You're doing a I like waffles so you hate pancakes situation right now in front of me. I hate you. I'm sorry, I get very passionate about these specific kinds of internet arguments because they are built off of a deliberate, either ignorance or a deliberate misunderstanding of the poster's intentions, and I hate arguments like that. Because yes, it is very easy to be the right one in the argument when your opponent is making a point that you made up, that you extrapolated from the point that they made. I'm sorry. I shouldn't go to bed this mad, but it's something that very much grinds my gears. If I was to forget what the word colors was, I'd call it the thing Sangled Meg. XYB, you are a light in my life. Thank you for always thinking of me for things. Very much appreciated. You should also think of like other things. Like, I would not want someone's to look at everything and think that's a Sangled. I think you should also think like, that's my other friend. That's my cat. Yeah. Like, I may be your Oshi, but I would also advise that, you know, it's nice to have things outside of me. I think of Eustace Winter more than you. You know what? That's fair. I'm glad. I will never feel too flattered because I know at the end of the day, Eustace Winter is winning the XYB brain competition. I'm gonna be so for real, XYB. Unfortunately, Eustace Winter has been slowly phasing out of my consciousness the longer we are away from investigations. But know that he will never be missed. Wait, no. No, that's not what I meant to say. He will never be forgotten. He will always be missed. Shit. Oh, no. He will never be missed. What a cruel thing to say. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. If I ever stop loving Eustace Winter, that is an evil doppelganger. Ace Attorney Investigation 2 is the only game I played. I'm sorry, the only game you played like ever? Like ever? Oh, ever. Alright, well... It's kind of like that tweet where it's like, guy who's only watched The Boss Baby watches another movie. Getting a lot of Boss Baby vibes from this thing. I would say XYB, no pressure, but I love that you love this one thing. It's also good to explore different things. It will enrich your life, and it will also make you better at art. Like, genuinely, that's the best advice I can give you. One of the best advice I can give for you as an artist is to experience different things. And allow that to enrich your art. There's a convo going on in the Zelda fandom about how the Gerudo are built off of Orientalist tropes. Yes, I think I've seen people talk about the video, and I've heard the video is good, but I haven't actually watched it myself. One group is arguing from POV of a writer made these characters this way intentionally, and the other is saying, yeah, but it's internally consistent. Yeah, like... you can make a fantasy race that borrows aspects from real life culture and have it make sense in the context of your art and have it be, you know, lampshading what it is, and it can still be racist. That's the funny thing about it, is that you can have something that in a bubble, you know, it makes sense for the story, but unfortunately we all live in a society in which, you know, things will be reflections of things. Alright. I believe that is the end for today's stream. Thank you guys for coming. How do you make your own culture without borrowing from IRL cultures? I think it's not that it borrows from IRL cultures, it's that it borrows from IRL cultures and also feeds into stereotypes about those cultures. Like, just having a desert-themed civilization is not an intrinsically Orientalist thing, but making it so they wear, like, sexual, you know, Western versions of, like, Arabic clothing, where they're all, like, you know, Aladdin style, and, like, that among other things, you know, making them, like, uncivilized and brutal, like, it's a combination of things. The easiest thing to do is don't make your fictional culture a monolith. That's perfectly fair. What's a monolith? Basically, a monolith is, in this case, a monolith represents something that is only one thing. Like, think mono being one. So a culture being a monolith is the idea of a culture being everyone is basically the same thing. Everyone represents the same ideas and the same, yeah. Like, American culture is not a monolith in reality, because there's all kinds of little divisions and ways that people are. Many different types of people in one culture. Yeah. That's a good way of avoiding the stereotype thing, because stereotypes rely on the idea that this group of people is this specific thing. I thought that was the standard. You'd be surprised. I mean, it also means, like, you know, there can and probably will be trends, but they're not all identical. Yeah. Alright, let's go to Twitch, and ooh, Ryan Phantom is streaming. Ryan's stream title, he called it Tuba Stream. Oh, why is he like this? Why did he do that? Is he making fun of me? I don't even remember how I pronounced Tubus. Is it Tubus? Tubus? I can't believe it. But anyway, let's raid the Ryan Phantom. Alright, well, I'm going to put in my own message because Roy Wildfire is gone at the moment. But Sang Gang Raid, for those of you who are subscribed. But you can also just type Sang Gang Raid the message. Thank you guys for coming. I think we had a lot of salient conversation points. There were a lot of animal pictures shared. I drew thicker thighs on Mililani, which is definitely a win. Thank you guys for coming. We also had a raid, that was wonderful. And some gift subs, also wonderful. Thank you guys for coming. Tomorrow, sorry, I'm tired. Tomorrow, Ace Attorney, Apollo Justice, Part 2. If you want to show up, that'd be great, because we're having a gay old time. Bye, guys. This music is from the Street Pass. There's a Street Pass fishing game? Holy. Alright, bye, guys.